future-ready Bharat. Please put your hands together for your host for the day, Reimagining.
Good evening, everyone. We can definitely get a little more energy, Delhi. Good evening, everyone. More like it. It is such an honor, delight, and privilege to be welcoming each one of you to Protean presents CNBC-TV18 India DPI Summit, Reimagining Digital Public Infrastructure for a Future-Ready Bharat. I think that deserves a huge round of applause as we, of course, kickstart the evening by getting some energy in the room and also getting some momentum for the kind of conversations that will follow. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we gather to celebrate one of India's most revolutionary achievements, digital systems. Digital systems that are inclusive by design, scalable by ambition, and above all, built for the public good. In barely just a decade, let's take a look at our journey. India has assembled one of the world's most ambitious digital ecosystems, from identity and payments to health, education, and even citizen services. Digital public infrastructure has really become the backbone of a far more connected, more transparent, and most importantly, a far more inclusive economy. And today, as technology races ahead, the conversation has moved well beyond the concept of digitization to building systems that are trusting, interoperable, and genuinely empowering for every citizen. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring together leaders from the government, technology, finance, and even civil society to really come together and chart the next chapter of that very important journey. One that pairs innovation with accountability, scale with security, and growth with inclusion. But ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, a note we're especially proud of today. This summit is partnered with the Grow Billion Trees initiative, and for every panelist who in fact will be joining us on stage today, a tree will be planted in their name. So even as we talk about scaling digital systems, we'll also be quietly putting down some very real roots. I think that deserves a huge round of applause because, ladies and gentlemen, it might be a small gesture, but in fact, it is a very fitting one for the future that me and you want to live in, because it's a future that we're building that should not only be about being digitally empowered, but also about being greener and more sustainable as well. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, and as I said, I am so delighted, honored, and privileged to be your host for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, India has built a digital foundation that is redefining inclusion, scale, and even innovation. And as we arrive at the threshold of the next phase, there is one very important question in front of us. And that question is, how do we build DPI 2.0? How do we balance innovation with trust, with intelligence, with responsibility, and growth and inclusion as well? To really capture how far we've come and take a look at a glimpses of where we headed as well, let's also now take a moment to take a look at a short film tracing the journey of India's digital public infrastructure. May we roll the AV, please.
A farmer getting paid on time. A small business finding customers beyond its street. A diagnosis that doesn't begin from zero.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
A billion lives in motion. Across farms and factories, markets and ministries, effort has become access. This is digital public infrastructure. But a scale like this does not appear overnight. It is architected, designed, sustained. For the last 30 years, companies like Protean has been building these foundational systems that enable trust, connectivity, and resilience. The ecosystem India built for itself now powers its rise, enabling startups, connecting cross-border payments, and strengthening its digital voice. The next leap begins here. Infrastructure led with intelligence, AI integrated responsibly, a model prepared for global adoption. The foundation is in place. What follows demands decisive leadership. Leadership that balances innovation with responsibility. Leadership that defines standards and guardrails. Leadership that charts the course of DPI 2.0. This is where that leadership convenes. Welcome to the India DPI Summit.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, once again welcoming each one of you to India DPI Summit. A quick word for a wider audience as well, because our aim and endeavor always has been not to restrict these conversations just to this room. The India DPI Summit is streaming live on the CNBC-TV18 YouTube channel, carrying this conversation to not just viewers across the country, but also for people across the globe as well. So if you're sharing a takeaway or a moment from today or a matter of conversation, do it with our dedicated hashtag, which is hashtag India DPI Summit. I'll repeat that hashtag. It's hashtag India DPI Summit. And do help us carry this dialogue well beyond this room. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and pleasure to invite on stage a very, very distinguished journalist and one of India's most respected voices on business, market, and policy. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Lata Venkatesh, consulting editor, CNBC-TV18, to join us on stage to deliver the welcome address and frame the opportunities and imperatives, please.
I tried to manage without, but I was told to rise to the occasion, and I obliged. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a very warm welcome from the CNBC-TV18 team and the Protean team to what promises to be an extremely erudite, enlightening, and insightful set of conversations. But before I delve into that, let me start with a puzzle. Any guesses which is India's oldest fintech? Or oldest two fintechs? First two fintechs of India. Any guesses? Arey, got it. NSE is our first fintech and its twin brother NSDL. And I'll tell you why. I mean, you may perhaps go to a lot of fintechs and some of them are even participating here, have been kind enough to participate here. But when did our lives get touched? I'll tell you what happened to my grandfather. He had only two shares with him, companies he trusted. He had a Hindustan Unilever share and Tata Steel shares. And it used to be called Tisco at that time. Hindustan Unilever in 1997 decided to bring down their face value from 10 rupees to 1 rupee. Granddad had 174 shares, so it would become 1740. And Hindustan Unilever asked him, do you want it in paper shares or shall I send it electronically? Granddad was aghast. What does this mean? And then I explained to him, it can be stored in the bank in the form of an electronic entry. And he was even more alarmed. You mean every time I have to sell, I need the banker's permission? It completely befuddled him. But then the process went through. He didn't trust the banks with the entire 1740 shares, 1 rupee. He put 1700 shares and kept 40 as paper shares, like just in case. But that was the first moment when digital public infrastructure touched a person who was probably born, I think, in 1920 or earlier, maybe 1915. So that's why I say it's not NSE, but actually NSDL, which is India's first public digital infrastructure, because it actually impacted everybody. And this was happening in 1997 when Hindustan Unilever brought down the face value. But by 2000, BSE and NSE declared that all shares will have to be dematerialized, and the number of non-dematerialized shares receded sharply, that's when almost a whole sliver of Indians got the first taste of what really is digital. It became easier thereafter, and it took another 15 years for us to all have Aadhaar cards, and then 20 years later, when the COVID certification also came in the form of an Arogya Setu, and digital infrastructure today is absolutely taken for granted. I mean, I normally travel only with the phone and one or two currency notes, maybe a 50 rupee and a 100 rupee, because it's so ubiquitous to pay with, a UPI Pay or GPay or any other payment system. As well, I don't know how many globally important airports allow you to just walk in because you have checked in with your Digi Yatra. So India's actually marched several leagues ahead of people who were perhaps ahead of us in digital technology. And the uniqueness was precisely because we probably were the first to make it digital public infrastructure. Many congratulations to Protean, because they are the heart of that technology wing of NSDL. And then, after dematerializing shares, they have moved their technology ahead. I believe tax information, TIN systems is with Protean. So is PAN card services. The central registry is also with y'all. I think a large part of the central registry is with y'all. UIDAI, Aadhaar authentication, even film certification, I was told. And then, of course, the other GSTN certification, National Judicial Reference certification also. So it's really made so many aspects of our day-to-day lives part of public infrastructure. So many congratulations to you. It is a pleasure and a privilege for CNBC-TV18 to tie up with a company like this so that we can take the message of easy finance and easy everything, every aspect of public dealing with government in a very digital and easy to operate mode. We are hoping that the conversations today will help us understand more areas where, this last mile, it is not just the average that is getting a digital public infrastructure, it is that last mile. And that is what companies like Protean and others who are participating today in the national health agencies, even a lot of the IT companies, Fractal is participating, so is Think360, a whole host of them. Why even the RBI Innovation Hub is represented here. So the best and the brightest are here to tell us, to discuss how we can further improve the digital public infrastructure. It is a unique and a seriously important achievement. Everywhere in the world, this has been done by either a Facebook or an Amazon Pay. It has been done by private sector. But India is perhaps the only country where it is an evangelical move from public institutions. And based on them, the India stack has evolved ways in which the private sector can participate and make our lives easier in many ways, not just finance, but across the board. I wish every success in today's functions. May we learn more, maybe trigger each other's curiosity, and perhaps seek new ways to improve and use our digital infrastructure. Thank you very much, Protean, once again, for partnering with us. And thank you, every one of you. We hope that all your participation is going to make this evening that much richer. Thank you.
Thank you, Lata, for really setting that tone so perfectly well. And as Lata pointed out, that none of this really could have been possible without your support. So once again, thank you for joining us this evening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, India's DPI journey has shown that innovation at scale endures only when it rests on trust, inclusion, and even sound governance. And as the world today increasingly studies India as a template for digital transformation, the balancing act grows much finer. Still, innovation with regulation, growth with accountability, ambition with fiscal prudence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my absolute honor and privilege to welcome a leader long associated with India's digital transformation and also with building technology-led public systems that create real and lasting impact. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Shailesh Haribhakti, the chairman at Protean eGov Technologies, for his inaugural speech on the theme, India's digital diplomacy, from public rails to a living nervous system.
Distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, global technology leaders, policymakers, and fellow innovators, namaste. It is an honor to stand before you as chairman of Protean eGov Technologies Limited. We gather for Protean's first India DPI Summit. Lata has already given us a great story, but let me add one more story. The story I have for you today is the vision of India's digital diplomacy. It is the story of moving to digital intelligence. And it is also the dream of how a company born in India, built on public purpose, can become a trillion-dollar institution for the world, refusing the compromise between scale and inclusion. There are moments in the life of a nation when progress does not announce itself with noise. It arrives quietly, patiently, through institutions that do their work, through systems that grow stronger year after year, through citizens who may never know the names of the platforms serving them, but who feel their impact in the dignity of a service received, the speed of a payment made, the security of an identity verified, or the confidence of a future protected. And we are absolutely delighted to have the chairman of PFRDA with us this evening. India's digital public infrastructure is one such story. It is the story of a country that refused to accept that scale must come at the cost of inclusion. A country that chose instead to build public digital systems for every citizen, rich or poor, rural or urban, young or old, digitally fluent or digitally assisted. And I must say it is Protean's goal to make every Indian digitally confident. And in that journey, Protean has had the honor of playing a quiet but meaningful role. For nearly 3 decades, we have worked at the intersection of public purpose and digital infrastructure. From the tax information network and PAN services that Lata referred to the central record-keeping agency infrastructure for the National Pension Scheme, which is now regulated by PFRDA with such distinction, to identity, authentication, data, and open ecosystem capabilities. Our work has always been guided by a simple belief: technology at national scale must be trustworthy, frugal, inclusive, and future ready. I would now invite you to watch a short film on Protean, who we are, what we do, and the role we have played in building trusted digital public infrastructure for India at population scale. Here's the video.
मेरे पास घर है, गाड़ी है, और क्या क्या है? अरे यार लाइंस बता दो। हाँ, हो गया। ऐसा है, इंसान हीरो घर गाड़ी से नहीं बनता है, अपनी कहानी से बनता है। और हम सब हीरो ही तो हैं, अपनी अपनी कहानियों के। अरे बिजली चली गई, कहानी सुनानी थी। हाँ, और ऐसी ही एक कहानी है जिसमें हर कदम पे साथ रहा है प्रोटियन का 4 गुना लगान। अरे इतनी पुरानी कहानी भी नहीं है।
बाबूजी, मैं स्कूल जा रहा हूँ।
बाबूजी किसान थे और छोटे गांव में रहने वालों के सपने काफी बड़े होते हैं। बड़े सपनों की ओर एक छोटा सा कदम था स्कूल में स्कॉलरशिप मिलना। और गांव की पगडंडी पर चलते चलते पहुंच गए होटल मैनेजमेंट के इंस्टीट्यूट में। अब खुद की एक नई पहचान बनाने का जुनून सा सवार था।
भाई साहब, छोटू का लेटर आया हुआ है।
छोटू जी सर, चल
बढ़िया।
इस नई पहचान के साथ सपनों के अगले पड़ाव की ओर बढ़ने का आत्मविश्वास महसूस हुआ। पैसा आया नहीं था, लेकिन उसकी पूरी तैयारी थी। परिवार के पहले सदस्य बने,
अप्रूव हो गया,
जिनका खुद का बैंक अकाउंट खुला। वक्त बदलने का एहसास तब हुआ जब पहली कमाई से बाबूजी को वक्त खरीद कर भेजा।
फिर बाबूजी क्या बोले?
बोले, बेटा वक्त पर पैसे बचाना भी सीखो। फिर झटपट ये पेंशन अकाउंट खुलवाया।
तो बाबूजी प्रणाम।
हाँ प्रणाम। पैसे पेड़ पे उगते हैं क्या तुम्हारे? समझ नहीं आता तुमको? जरूरत पड़ने पे तुम्हारे।
बाबूजी की डांट ने सिखाया कि यदि कल सुरक्षित हो तो आज में बड़े सपने देखने की हिम्मत कर सकते हो। फिर क्या, चल दिए स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा। सपने देखना आसान है, पर उनकी तरफ कदम बढ़ाना मुश्किल। लो, आ गया प्रोड्यूसर का फोन। प्रोड्यूसर्स मुंबई में, एक्टर दिल्ली में, और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करना है तुरंत। साथ दिया डिजिटल साइन ने। फिर वक्त बदला। सपनों के शहर में सपने पूरे हुए। इसलिए जो लोग सपने देखने की हिम्मत रखते हैं, ये योगदान उनके लिए। सिर्फ इस कहानी में ही नहीं, प्रोटियन देश के करोड़ों नागरिकों को हर रोज उनकी कहानी का हीरो बनने में साथ दे रहा है। प्रोटियन, impacting everyone every day.
Thank you. That film gives us a glimpse of Protean's journey, a journey built on trust, scale, inclusion, and public purpose. But Protean's story is also part of a much larger national story. Over the last decade, India has not merely digitized services, it has built the rails of a new digital society. So what is the invisible architecture of reach? Aadhaar gave us a foundation for verifiable identity. UPI transformed the way money moves, and DigiLocker changed how citizens across trusted documents. Account aggregators opened a new chapter in consent-based data sharing. ONDC, Abha, Bhashini, India AI, and other open digital ecosystems are extending this architecture into commerce, health, language, skilling, and beyond. Each of these platforms is powerful in itself, but their true strength lies in what they make possible together. They remind us that infrastructure is not only roads, ports, bridges, and power lines. It is payments, it is data, it is consent, it is the invisible architecture that allows a citizen like Lata's father to participate fully in the economy and in society. And now, after building the rails, India stands at the edge of the next great transition. The first phase of DPI gave India reach. The next phase must give that reach intelligence. The systems we are building can no longer be passive pipes waiting for instructions. They must become intelligent, agentic systems, infrastructure that can sense need, understand context, reason through eligibility, and act on behalf of citizens with their permission, under their control, and in their interest. That is the promise before us. A future where technology does not replace human agency, but strengthens it. Where intelligence does not sit above the citizen, but works for the citizen. Where innovation is measured not only by what it automates, but how much access, opportunity, and trust it actually delivers. This is the heart of India's digital diplomacy. Intelligence at scale, anchored in prudence, regulation, and public trust. From infrastructure to a living national nervous system. So what is the anatomy of a living national nervous system? The world is entering an era where data, identity, and intelligence will determine national competitiveness. While many nations struggle with data privacy wars, fragmented systems, and ballooning digital costs, India has built a sovereign, interoperable digital public infrastructure that is now recognized across the world. But India's DPI was never merely a set of applications. It was built as a convergent architecture, a bouquet of technologies working together, strengthening one another, and increasingly working intelligently. Aadhaar is the root of trust, enabling verifiable identity. UPI is the circulatory system, moving money in real time, at low cost, and at national scale. So none of us need to carry cash. DigiLocker and account aggregators are secure data vaults and consent engines, allowing information to move only when citizens choose. ONGC, Bhashini, Abha, and India AI extend this promise into commerce, language, health, and sovereign intelligence. These layers do not compete, they compound. With edge computing, privacy-preserving AI, advanced cybersecurity, biometric intelligence, and sovereign cloud, they stop being a static stack. They become a living national nervous system, one that can sense a citizen's need, understand their entitlement, and respond with speed and trust. Identity becomes its recognition. Payments become its reflexes. Consent-driven data becomes its memory. And artificial intelligence becomes its emerging judgment. That is the true promise of convergence. Not software integration, but a system alive to the aspirations of our people, of every Indian. And once infrastructure becomes alive to context, the next question is clear. Can it act? The agentic leap, AI that acts, not just answers. AI needs fuel, high quality, permissioned, population scale data. India's DPI gives us precisely that, ethically, efficiently, and at scale. We can now build truly Indian large language models, trained on Indian data sets, delivered through voice-first interfaces across 22 plus languages, authenticated seamlessly, and settled instantly through UPI, just as every payment that we make does. But the real leap is not a better chatbot. It is the agent. An agentic system does not simply answer a question. It completes a task. Autonomous action in practice. Let us see how that can work in the next slide. So imagine a sovereign digital agent that knows, with the citizen's permission, that a farmer is eligible for a crop subsidy after an erratic monsoon. It does not wait for a form. It verifies identity through Aadhaar, retrieves land and weather records through the consent layer, confirms eligibility, and triggers a UPI transfer autonomously, transparently, and auditable at every step. The citizen is informed, not interrogated. Governance moves from reactive to proactive. This is democratized agentic AI, not reserved for the privileged few, but built for all 1.4 billion Indians. And let us be clear, autonomy does not mean removing the human. It means removing the friction. The citizen remains sovereign, granting, reviewing, and revoking consent, while the system does the running around on their behalf. If done right, this does not weaken public institutions, it strengthens them. It allows government to serve faster, businesses to innovate responsibly, and citizens to access what is already rightfully theirs. But for intelligence to serve at this scale, it must also be sustainable. It must be prudent. Intelligent innovation must meet fiscal prudence. True digital diplomacy begins at home with fiscal responsibility. India has demonstrated that world-class digital infrastructure need not be expensive. In fact, India delivers lowest cost service. Our DPI has delivered direct benefit transfers worth lakhs of crores of rupees with minimal leakage, saving thousands of crores annually. Every rupee invested in DPI has multiplied many times over in efficiency, inclusion, and economic output. Agentic systems extend this prudence rather than threatening it. An autonomous agent that resolves a service request end-to-end, removes the cost of call centers, repeat visits, paperwork, delays, and human error. It makes governance faster, leaner, and more responsive. Protean's philosophy has always been build once, serve all. Modular, open, reusable platforms that avoid duplication and vendor lock-in. An agentic layer built on open standards is that same philosophy taken to its logical conclusion. Build the intelligence once and let it serve every citizen in every language at near zero marginal cost. This is fiscal prudence, innovation that is cost-effective, scalable, and most importantly now, exportable. But prudence alone is not enough. When systems begin to act, they must also be governed. Intelligence without accountability can become power without restraint. That is why regulation must evolve alongside innovation. Regulation as the conscience of the system. When a system begins to act on its own, regulation cannot be seen as a brake. It must be its conscience. Without guardrails, autonomy becomes risk. With them, it becomes a public good. India's approach through DEPA, consent frameworks, and regulatory sandboxes shows the world how machines can be given agency without citizens surrendering their sovereignty. As autonomy deepens, we must stay anchored to a balanced path. Consent must be the leash. No agent should act without a clear, revocable mandate from the citizen it serves. Explainability and audit must be non-negotiable. Every autonomous decision must leave a trail a citizen can question and a regulator can inspect. Accountability must be clear. When an agent acts, responsibility must rest with an identifiable institution, never with the algorithm alone. And open standards must remain central. Strong cybersecurity, data sovereignty, and open protocols must prevent monopolies while enabling private innovation. Seen this way, regulation becomes digital diplomacy itself, a signal to the world that India's autonomous systems will not only be powerful, but principled, not only innovative, but accountable. This is how India can show that trust and innovation are not opposites, they are partners. And when trusted intelligence runs through public infrastructure, the impact is not abstract. It shows up in the daily life of the citizens. The rails come alive. Universal basic services will happen at population scale. The true test of India's DPI is not technology for its own glory. It is whether it improves human lives at population scale. We are building the irreversible rails of universal basic services, education, healthcare, financial security, nutrition, and skilling. But rails by themselves do not move a nation. They come alive only when intelligence runs through them, transforming infrastructure into a system that serves. The identity rail becomes the system's power of recognition. Instant, paperless proof of who a citizen is. The payments rail becomes the system's reflex. Leak-proof, real-time transfers that move the moment an entitlement is confirmed. The data rail becomes the system's memory. Consent-driven intelligence accessed only when permission is given. The AI orchestration layer becomes the system's mind. Autonomous agents that anticipate need, assess eligibility, personalize services in local languages proactively and not passively. And convergent platforms become the system's living body. A young worker receives skilling recommendations linked to real job opportunities. a patient's health entitlement is activated before illness becomes financial distress. A student receives scholarship support without navigating another maze of forms. A senior citizen's pension and healthcare support continue without another form, queue, or question. This is not welfare as charity, delivered only when a citizen knows how to ask. This is welfare as a living service, a system that sees need and meets it. This is welfare as wealth creation, enabling every citizen to stand taller, participate fully, and help build Bharat 2.0. And if India can build this for 1.4 billion people, then India can help the world imagine a new model of digital statecraft. India will be and should be the digital diplomat to the world. India's DPI is ready for the world. Scalable, secure, and shareable. It offers the global south not a theory, but a working model. One that reaches the last mile, respects sovereignty, and delivers inclusion at extremely low cost. What India now offers is not merely a stack, but a blueprint for a state that can serve with intelligence, systems that are autonomous yet accountable, ambitious yet prudent, national in purpose yet global in spirit. This is India's digital diplomacy, a proven alternative for a world searching for trust, scale, and public good. From India's DPI to $1 trillion company from India. This is where the story becomes even larger. The world's next great companies will not be built only by selling software. They will be built by solving civilization-scale problems. Identity, trust, payments, pensions, health, agriculture, skilling, commerce, and citizen services. These will be built by companies that can combine public trust with private innovation, frugality with ambition, regulation with speed, and Indian scale with global relevance. This is the opportunity before Protean. We are not merely a technology company. We are an institution shaped by India's most important digital public systems. We understand population scale. We understand trust. We understand regulated ecosystems. We understand assisted access. We understand how to build for 1 billion and more. And that is precisely what the world now needs. If India can build digital public goods for 1.4 billion people, then an Indian company that carries this capability to the world can become more than successful. It can become category defining. It can become a $1 trillion company from India, not by chasing valuation, but by creating value at a scale worthy of that ambition. So what is the support we need and call for from government? From governments, support should be in the form of government as a platform. The next chapter of India's DPI will need a new compact. Not government as only policymaker, not industry as only executor, but government as platform, creating trusted public rails on which innovation can compound. The support we seek is the continued building of digital commons, identity, consent, payments, data, AI, and verification layers that are open, secure, interoperable, and citizen-first. We need mission-led sandboxes where pensions, health, skilling, agriculture, and citizen services can be reimagined with responsible AI, auditability, and clear accountability. We need India-first standards that can become world standards so that what works for Bharat can serve the global south with affordability, sovereignty, and trust. And above all, we need government to remain the great convener of trust, bringing regulators, institutions, startups, banks, academia, and companies like Protean together around problems no one actor can solve alone. This is our visionary call from this podium and from this platform. Friends, the convergence before us of identity, payments, data, AI, cloud, and multilingual intelligence is more than technology. It is the emergence of infrastructure that behaves like a living organism, serving billions of people. This is not just digital transformation. This, indeed, is civilization progress. As chairman of Protean eGov, I reaffirm our commitment to deepen this bouquet of innovation, to give the rails of universal service intelligence of their own, autonomous but always answerable, and to work with all of you in making India the world's most trusted factory of digital public goods. Let us build a future where technology does not merely wait to serve humanity, but acts in its service at scale, frugally, ethically, and powerfully. As Protean enters this next chapter, we are pleased to have Mr. Ajay Ranjan join us as Managing Director and CEO. Ajay, very warm welcome. We look ahead with confidence as Protean continues to strengthen its contribution to India's DPI journey and its growing global relevance. Jai Hind. Thank you.
I think we can have a louder round of applause. Shailesh, thank you so much for those very, very rich insights. A lot for us to learn and, of course, a lot for us to look forward to as well. As India deepens its financial inclusion and works to secure the long-term financial future of its citizens, technology-enabled public infrastructure has now become very, very central to expanding access, transparency, and even trust. And there are very few sectors that, in fact, capture this shift better than pensions, where digital innovation is bringing millions of Indians into formal retirement savings fold, and also, most importantly, helping them build a far more secure tomorrow. To share his perspective on the road ahead, it is now my honor and privilege to invite on stage Shiva Subramaniam Raman, Chairman, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority, or the PFRDA. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause for a special address on the theme, India's Pension Inclusion Moment. Also, a quick reminder that we in fact are live on CNBC-TV18 YouTube channel with our dedicated hashtag. Welcome, sir. Good to have you with us.
A very good evening to all of you. I thank Protean and Mr. Haribhakti and Ajay for inviting me here. In fact, must truly compliment a wonderful presentation. I thought it was a masterclass in technology and its governance. And I think those two words will probably become synonymous as we move forward. But let me just sort of preface what I'm going to speak about by saying that I first of all stand here before you as a practitioner, and then really I will speak in my now not so new role as a regulator. But I have actually had the benefit of seeing and making DPI sort of come into action and come into the customer service fold. And it's truly, I mean, I think everyone in this audience has worked on different aspects of DPI, therefore I'm probably not saying anything new, but truly as India has emerged as one of the world's leading economies over the last decade, the country has built a robust DPI comprising layers of identity and payments. And these two are the defining layers in which we really talk about DPI. The JAM Trinity, as it's been come to known, is really about the bank account, the Aadhaar number, and the mobile phone all coming together, and therefore giving us the kind of leverage that I think no other country has been able to exploit. This really is about launching a fintech revolution. Maybe we've seen some part of it, and I think, as Saileshji had mentioned, until and unless we don't bring to the doorstep of every Indian the entire bouquet of financial products, we've probably not completed our journey. And that really, to me, is the single biggest motivation for all public institutions to be operating, and therefore it is their inherent duty to look at technology, because there is no way that we're going to be able to reach the large number of people in a very large country to be able to provide to them at their doorstep or on their mobile phone the kind of services that you and I today enjoy. It is still a huge inequality, an inequality in access and an inequality in education. It truly is, therefore, for all of us in this room to take it upon ourselves in whatever walk of life that we may be engaged in, to be able to bring to every Indian the education of what are the financial products, what are the financial services that are essential for each person to lead the quality of life that you and I enjoy. The access, I thought there was, as I said, a slew of reforms being talked about in the presentation. The very fact that we as Indians, we have quickly caught on to the notion that we can use AI as a layer of productivity on what is already, as I said, the layers of identity and payment. So it is truly about galvanizing that effort and accelerating that goal. There's, I mean, no longer a talk of why 2047, why not in 2037? I mean, that's really the questions that we should be asking ourselves as to how we can make technology work for all of us. At a personal level, I have seen the power of technology. The very fact that we have today in our country the ability to operate nearly everything on our mobile phone, the literacy that comes flowing through the kind of technology that we are dealing with. It could be the simple television all the way up to the social media that we have easy access to. The very fact that we have an Information Technology Act that has evolved, I would say, at very good speed. I mean, most of us as practitioners would probably, be cursing the fact that the government always goes slow and it is, sort of years before it catches up. But I can tell you that today in this country, from an earlier role that I have played, we have the ability to sign digitally a document between citizen to citizen, if we choose to do so. It's just unfortunate that such things have not got popularized. They're probably popular in a few states which have been early adopters. But the very fact that today we can digitally sign a sale of immovable property, is something which was enabled because one of those 5 items which are excluded from the purview of the Information Technology Act in the Schedule 1 of that Act has actually been deleted. And therefore, the sale of or the transfer of immovable property today can be actually signed remote. You could be sitting somewhere and I could be sitting somewhere entirely differently. We therefore have to look at the fact that the law has been keeping pace with the demands of the economy. There are still some parts of that same Schedule 1 which do not allow, for example, a power of attorney or a will to be digitally signed. But I'm sure even that will soon change. We have the ability to, in the financial sector, under something called GST Sahay, there is a invoice financing and a cash-based, credit that is, or a flow-based credit that is provided largely to the SMEs. That entire thing is pivoted on the NASH, the NACH, which is again provided by the NPCI, which is once again proof of how contracts of lending are so easily brought within the fold of technology through the concept of e-sign. It therefore is really heartening to find that Protean, amongst other great technology companies, are dedicated to the task, to the movement of bringing all these tools to the knowledge of a much wider audience. And that's truly when I think we'll be able to make sure that ease of doing business and ease of life both come very close to those who obviously want to adopt it. I mean, you will always have people who are maybe technology averse, but it is really for us to bring it to their knowledge and, as I said, to their doorstep. Every regulator faces the challenge of ensuring settlement or delivery against payment, as it's known as. And this improvement is the mandate for every regulator. We've actually got a situation where 15 years ago, we at the capital markets, when I was in SEBI in those days, we used to cock a snook at the RBI saying, oh, we have a much better system than what the RBI's got. The trades on an exchange are so much faster than the way money can move. And I think very soon thereafter, maybe, 5 to 7 years thereafter, I think the tables were entirely reversed. And today we've got movement of money, which is probably at speeds near lightning. And we have probably a capital market which is still to play catch up. But I think the larger story in this is really about how regulators bring in technology, adopt technology, work with their partners, with their intermediaries. And therefore, it's really about the drive towards technology. It's possible for all of us to have real-time gross settlement in every walk of life. It's not just the capital markets. It's about every transaction closing right there and then. And when it comes to the pension sector, as I'll talk about, there are several aspects and several, steps that we can take, all which finally yield lower risk in the system. And it is this movement towards reducing transactional risk where technology can truly play its part. For a very simple point, we've tried very hard in the last 6 months to cause a movement of settlement of sale of assets in the financial sector between the various intermediaries that are involved to bring that entire settlement from T+2 to T+1. The mutual fund industry is still at T+2. It's heartening to know that all our intermediaries and partners put together, we have now we're at the anvil of moving the pensions settlement system, where if I want to exit my pension account or I want to make a partial withdrawal from my pension account, that settlement is now going to happen on a T+1 basis. Now, this is really where it requires many moving parts to sort of sync with each other and for this to go ahead. We're already moving the contributions to get settled and reflected on the same day's NAV, where the time for the last contribution, which used to be 11 o'clock, is now moving to 1:30, and that will further move to about 4 o'clock. Now, these are, they sound trite, they sound as if, oh, what's the big deal behind this? But let me tell you, there's an enormous amount of inertia lying within all our systems. It's not that the people don't want to do it. It's just that we are so well set in certain procedures, and therefore it's Newton's second law all over again. How do you make something which is at rest go into motion? It requires that external force. And that's really where I think we, as regulators, need to play our part. The pension sector, let me assure you, is not too great. We all know it. But the fact remains that we as a country, we're probably going to have 20% of our population over the age of 60, roughly around 2045 to 2050. Today, it's about half of that. We are in a situation where people crossing 60 no longer can turn to their children and expect that they be looked after. It's still at a cultural level. A survey showed that 72% of Indians expect that their children will look after them in old age. I don't know how many of you are going to put your bet on your children. I mean, we all love our children, but the fact is that they have their own lives. And I really wonder whether we are doing the right thing in asking them to look after us. And that's really the big challenge. On top of that, and this is the good part, or maybe not so good for some, we're all going to live to 90. Now, there is a huge longevity risk, which is increasing. So roughly today, that life expectancy is in the region of 79 to 80 in India. It depends from state to state. There are differences. But very soon, we'll be touching what we're seeing in Japan and a few other countries. Therefore, the mantra, which I sort of often quote, is that we need to get rich before we grow old. But I think we're still probably a bit we're not really there. It's an aspiration. We want to be there. But, again, I just say that people in this room, very, very happy to see how comfortable you are. You've got your retirement probably already planned out. But that's not the case for a substantial population in this country. So we're looking at a workforce of 60 crores, of which probably 10% are in the organized sector. We have a large unorganized sector, and that's really where, as PFRDA, we are turning our focus. So what we really did was we built upon this absolutely momentous decision of 2003, which converted the government pension system from what is known as a defined benefit system to a defined contribution system. That has actually worked brilliantly, and I wouldn't get into the figures, but I'm already sure that that particular decision is already helping our fiscal deficit by at least, 0.5 basis points. 0.5%, sorry, not basis points. So, this is really where we need to figure out that how is it that we're going to get our operations together and meaningfully reach that 90% of the workforce. And probably it's going to keep increasing for the next 15 years at least. And I don't see that happening without scaling through the digital rails. And that is really where we're looking at that huge challenge. We, of course, at the NPS, we pride ourselves in being the lowest cost financial product in the country and in the world. So anything that we do in India is always going to be the lowest cost. And in India, we're always at NPS priding ourselves that, you know, even after increasing the distribution commission, we are still talking about 0.3% of AUM per year as distribution costs, as compared to the rest of the financial products, which are 5 times and maybe 100 times, depending on which financial product you look at. And that's really the challenge. I mean, why is it that a distributor will want to look at NPS when he's at the same time, in those same 10 minutes that he's got with a client, he'll be able to sell another financial product where he knows that the take home is that much higher. And that's really the problem that we're facing. We really need to move into digital rails, and therefore we have worked towards that. We've got partners forthcoming and helping us in that process. One of which, of course, is the replication of what we call as the BSC Star, that is the entire mutual fund distribution process, which runs through a platform called the BSC Star, or the Star Mutual Fund platform. So we replicated that, and we've created the same thing at NPS, saying that this is the Star NPS, and we'll have an entirely smooth digital rail, which is actually seamless. At one end, you have vast number of pension agents. They could be mutual fund distributors. They could be people of, you know, any walk of life which have the minimum certification to be able to become a pension agent and are probably already running some sort of small financial businesses. We have an organization in the country called the CSC, which has absolutely done a rock star sort of a job. It's there at every village. We have 6 lakh village level entrepreneurs. And these guys are performing probably, you know, for Protean, they're probably doing the best service possible, because they're actually working for these digital tools that are made available. They're being brought to the doorstep in a sense. So if you want to change anything on your Aadhaar, you go to the CSC. You want to do anything on your PAN, that's the place you go to. So these are the guys who probably will end up becoming the largest distributors in the country for reaching out to that informal sector. And therefore, the whole idea is to get them onto the Star NPS platform, after which it's really for the digital rails to take over and provide you the benefit. So as a pension system, we've got 14 pension funds. Name it, all the large mutual funds, all the large banks, they've all got their pension funds. We've got Protean and 2 others as the record-keeping agencies. And I must say that it is the NSDL and the NSDL e-governance which finally transitioned into Protean, which has created the entire pension system and the digital backbone of the pension system. So there's always a debt to be paid to the Protean and its worthy the pioneers who sort of started the entire thing. The second rail that we have created, and that's really about bringing DPI into action once again. So we've actually got the UPI, which covers somewhere in the region of 90 crore people. We've got everybody on some form of a UPI TPAP. And it's those people who have the ability to read into our lives and know whether we are paying ABC or what is the activity that we're doing. And therefore, it is for the TPAPs to be able to trigger that message to each one of us saying, hey, do you have an NPS account? If you don't, click here. And that triggers a journey through what has been created by NPCI. Actually, it's the subsidiary company of NPCI, which is Bheem. And Bheem has created this wonderful platform where on one side you have the TPAPs, on the other side you have all the banks with all their number of saving banks accounts. So each one of us is on UPI. We have a savings bank account. And it's actually 3 clicks. And at the end of this short speech, I will just play you a short video to show you how that particular launch is going to happen. So we hope that if today we are talking about 2 crore subscribers in the NPS system, another about 8 odd crores within the Atal Pension Yojana. The Atal Pension Yojana is very simply for the non-taxpayer, and therefore it addresses an entirely different audience. Between the NPS and the APY, we really have to bring together the whole concept of a pension account in this country. We need to be able to therefore move that 2 crores of NPS into 25 crores of NPS. And that is our ambition, and that is really where I'm saying, once again, we go back to the building blocks of the DPI, because it is that magical confluence which has got created at NPCI, where a mobile number and a bank account have already got sort of fused together. So the ease that all of us face and we sort of rejoice today is the fact that our mobile phone, if properly used and well protected, will ensure that we access our payment system so easily. And that is precisely what this BHIM platform is planning to do, is to use the existing set of KYC lying in the bank and creating an account, and therefore coming back to the customer and saying, pay your 1,000 rupees and get your NPS account started. So this is how we hope and plan that we should be able to get ahead and provide pension accounts to the entire country. And that is really, I always, used to read about the fact that distribution is difficult, and believe me, it's one of the most difficult tasks to do, to be able to get your product and service out into the right hands and in the right manner. But there are a few other things that we are also working on. And I'll quickly touch upon a couple of important things. One is, of course, the fact that we believe it's a freedom of choice, and therefore the pension funds have been asked to come out with their own schemes. And surprising, even I was sort of not aware of this before I came into PFRDA, that the kind of returns that people have earned on NPS, which was again brought to my notice today by Ajay, that he was smiling and beaming when he came and met me, that his NPS account has done so well. Now, that is really something which, if you look at the fact that you're saving about 100 basis points on just the lower commissions as compared to, say, a mutual fund, that compounds over a period of 15 to 20 years to a huge difference. And that's really when you're talking about returns being very similar, and when your costs are that much lower, you're obviously sitting on a pretty good advantage. So this is, sorry, is that my phone or, sorry. So what we're really talking about is the ability to increase subscriber value, to become that sort of engine of innovativeness. And what we are talking about is 2 things. One, we've revamped the entire grievance system that we've got. We have something called Pension Sahayak. If any of you are familiar with CPgrams as a system, we've actually picked up, got inspired by CPgrams, and we've converted our very age-old grievance management system into this completely new AI-driven package, which we have called as Pension Sahayak. So that's something which has got launched. It's already now available for existing subscribers, and I'm firmly of the belief that if we have to run a system well, then you have to make sure that people can complain and complain as much as they want, and they should be able to get that response quickly enough from the system. And that therefore gives a huge assurance to everybody that at least their voice is being heard. And there is some action being taken, and there is a redressal of their grievance. And the amazing part is nearly 80% of all the so-called complaints that we get are all just queries. And therefore, the package has already got the AI-enabled set of, answers which typically are, responding to very routine queries which typically everybody gives. So therefore, the resolution and the kind of immediate response that people are getting, we've already got a very positive feedback. We are also planning, therefore, to expand this whole concept of the literacy and education. So I think that is something which in our country, especially when it comes to products like NPS, which are not really that well known, it's really our endeavor and our duty to make sure that we bring the correct information to a vast number of people. So a lot of you would have wealth advisors, you would have smart people calling you up and saying, listen, I can make your money work better for you. But why is it that that's not available for somebody who's earning maybe, 1 lakh a month, or maybe somebody earning 50,000 a month? And that's really the segment which we feel is aspirational India. That is where I think the hunger lies. That's where people want to grow. I've seen that in my travels across India, that we have a large number of very hardworking SME employees, even small companies, where the promoter has 15 people with him. All of them have that little bit of money because everybody in the household works, and they all want better services. So they're happy to spend that extra bit of money and send their child to a school where they know that the teacher is available, though there is maybe a free government school that's also around the corner. And that is aspirational India, which is really where we have to tap. And that aspirational India ends up, rather unfortunately, listening to some neighbor or some community leader who says, "Aapka paisa double kar denge ek saal mein." And that is something which even today, I mean, I thought I was seeing it 15 years ago when I was at SEBI, but it's still happening today. And that shows how less, protected such people are. They don't have recourse to something called authentic information. And that's really where I see the power of AI coming in. And what we've worked on is, in fact, just this afternoon, we saw a very initial sort of trial of what it's possibly, what it could be, and we got a good visualization of that. And that's really about ensuring that all queries in the 22 languages that Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti talked about, I mean, that's truly one remarkable feature of India, where we've got on a mobile phone 22 languages that can completely converse with a machine and get the answer back in their own language. And it makes a huge difference. It makes, life that much more empowered for each one of these people. And what if their entire information were to pass through an authentic layer of information that has been kept and maintained and guided by the regulator, such that all queries go through such deterministic information layers, and therefore we're talking about a combination of conversational AI with a deterministic AI, at the end of which he at least is assured that the answers coming out to him have gone through this layers of rules and regulations and the latest products that are available in the market and the returns that people, can no longer claim to make, but they're authenticated returns because we have got that information in our databases. So you're really looking at authenticated outputs. And therefore, once this sort of initial POC gets done, the aim is to really go out and do a much larger survey, at the end of which we should be looking at everybody in this country, anyway, happy to be on their mobile phone looking at all sorts of content. When it comes to financial information, they should have that same ability to know that, yes, this has the ring of truth, this has gone through a particular system, and therefore the information that they are asking for is correct. After which, it's finally their choice how they decide to invest their money and what they want to put their money into. It's completely their choice, but that's something which we as a regulator feel is important for us to place there in society so that there is just better, honest information available. So let me just stop here and leave you with a very short video, and thank you so much for hearing me out patiently, and I'm sure we look forward to a great journey with all our partners, and we'll be able to provide what the country needs. Thank you so much.
Finally, मेरी पहली सैलरी.
Congratulations.
मैं NPS स्टार्ट करना चाहती थी, पर फॉर्म खोला, फिर काम आ गया, और फिर कभी टाइम ही नहीं मिला.
तभी तो तत्काल NPS आया है.
तत्काल NPS?
हाँ, अब फ्यूचर प्लानिंग को टाइम नहीं, सिर्फ 3 क्लिक चाहिए. इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना बहुत आसान है. पहले भीम UPI ऐप ओपन कीजिए, होम स्क्रीन पर तत्काल NPS पे क्लिक कीजिए, उसके बाद डेट ऑफ बर्थ सेलेक्ट कीजिए, बैंक डिटेल्स वेरीफाई कीजिए और अपना पहला कंट्रीब्यूशन कीजिए. बस फ्यूचर प्लानिंग शुरू. सिर्फ 3 सिंपल स्टेप्स.
वाओ, मतलब आज से NPS में इन्वेस्ट करूं तो फ्यूचर की टेंशन काफी कम हो सकती है.
बिल्कुल. फ्यूचर को सिक्योर करने का सबसे अच्छा तरीका है आज से प्लानिंग शुरू करना.
आज ही NPS से जुड़िए. तत्काल NPS के जरिए NPS का सपना अब 3 क्लिक्स में अपना.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we can have a louder round of applause as we thank sir for really outlining of what is the kind of vision and growth that we've seen in the last few years, and of course the trajectory as we move forward for India as well. As we said, that was a vision that we saw, we heard from sir, for strengthening retirement security and of course expanding financial inclusion through technology-driven reforms as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's try and answer one crucial question, which is, what makes India's DPI journey so compelling is that it has outgrown the label of a domestic success story. Whether it's the platforms, whether it's the frameworks, or whether it's the principles that powered inclusion at home are now drawing the attention of the world. As countries everywhere ask how digital public goods can really widen participation, sharpen service delivery, and even accelerate development. And all of this unfolds on a global stage, still shaped by powerful private platforms, raising real questions of interoperability, ownership, and even public value. So how does really India share its DPI model with the rest of the world? What travels across borders and what must be adapted? And most importantly, how can public infrastructure not just sit alongside, but strengthen private innovation as well? This really, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to our first panel, which is very aptly titled, India's DPI for the World, Building Scalable Public Goods in the Age of Private Platforms. Moderating this discussion, I want to now invite on stage with a huge round of applause, CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh. Let's welcome our moderator. With a huge round of applause, let's also welcome our stellar panelists, Dr. Abhijit Foucault, Economic Advisor and Joint Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. Let's have a huge round of applause. And we also have Sahil Kini, the CEO at Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. Let's have a louder round of applause as we welcome the lovely gentlemen. And I'm going to hand it over to Ritu now.
Thank you, Ridhima. Well, in the last decade or so, we built one of the world's most ambitious digital public infrastructure. I don't really have to tell you about UPI or ONDC or account aggregator. So what started as an effort to drive inclusion at scale, that has really come up today, to become something of a case study for the world to adopt. And our topic today is how to build these public goods in the age of private platforms. And what better, than to have the two gentlemen with me on the stage to address this question. Thanks very much, both of you, for being with us here today. Dr. Foucault, to start with you, when we talk about scale, the real challenge is not really serving the average user, but it is getting to the user that is the hardest to reach. What are some of the biggest lessons, that we can learn from our journey in building digital public infrastructure in India and designing systems for inclusion to make sure that they reach the edge of the country, not just the average person?
Thank you. A very good evening to each and everyone present here. Thank you, CNBC-TV18, for having me here. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be part of this conversation. and especially in an area where India has actually leapfrogged in developing world-class digital solutions. And it is also more so important, especially at a time when the entire world is actually, looking at the new and emerging threats from the frontier technology, especially the advanced AI models and quantum computing. So coming back to your questions, if you see India as a country, actually, positions very uniquely in the global map in terms of its population size, compositions, literacy, income levels, geographical spreads, hilly and difficult terrains. So, and the DPIs actually have been built on a population scale, concept, not to just, serve those who are easy to, reach or maybe to serve the, edge cases. All these DPIs are based on a foundational models by keeping in those who are not into the, formal ecosystems or those who are not been, connected into our, systems. So most of these DPIs are based on a fundamental, principles of inclusions, accessibility and interoperability. So if we actually, see the DPI architecture, the first DPI, which is the Aadhaar at a identity, layer, first rolled out in 2009. And before the Aadhaar was in place, you would appreciate that crores of Indians did not have a verifiable identity. And today, every Indian, they have Aadhaar as an identity. And by far, roughly around 140 crore Aadhaar IDs have been generated through the platform. This is what the India's DPI actually, show in terms of its, the size and the scale. The second, more powerful DPI is at the payment layer, UPI. There have been a lot of talks, in the previous, discussions. And if you see the scale, speed, and the, interoperability of UPI, today the UPI system is actually, processing roughly around 77 crore transactions per day, 2,300 crore transactions every month, and every single transaction is happening within few milliseconds. This is the kind of, the speed and the scale. The UPI system is connected over 700 banks, over 40 TPAPs. It is actually connected through 6.5 crore merchants, 54 crore unique users. So this is the power of digital public infrastructure for delivery of, public goods. So these DPIs have, proved itself in terms of its speed, scale, and the interoperability.
Yeah, in fact, UPI today powers at least half of the world's, digital payments, and that's something to talk about. But Sahil, before RBI Innovation Hub, you've been on the private side of things as well, so you're uniquely positioned to answer why you think public digital infrastructure is the best placed when it comes to solving challenges at population scale for a country like India with its unique issues.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on this panel. So nice to see Dr. Fukun again and you as well. And hello, everyone. To answer your question, why is the public infrastructure? Why is public infrastructure the way to go to solve these kind of problems? When you're talking about very fundamental pieces like identity and payments, trust plays a very large role. And in India, and in most countries in the world, but definitely in India, the government does have a lot of trust when it comes to the vast population of this country. And so when it's sensitive data like ID and building it as a single system to which these queries can happen, having a private entity kind of operate this or own this data is probably not the right setup, because ultimately infrastructure has a cost. It is a public good. If you have a private entity, then rent-seeking behavior becomes the natural kind of outcome. Same goes for a switch. So it's not just UPI, but NEFT, RTGS, these are all running through to create interoperability, you need that road for the movement of data, and money is essentially data with a flag that says I am money, right? It has to move through a switch between institutions. That switching has to be done at as low a cost as possible. And if you actually look at why is UPI free today, one of the biggest factors is it is operated as national infrastructure at very low cost, and so the switching cost for an entity like NPCI is a fraction of what it would be for a card payment network or anything like that. And therefore, you're able to offer these services to the vast majority of Indian population at near zero cost. And these are fundamental services that validate who they are as people and allow them to move money effectively. The value layer has to be built on top of these rails, right? In terms of what products that you provide, be it credit, be it other entitlements, be it insurance and securities, of all of these products. The value should be extracted at the product layer, not at the rails. At least that's my view, and that's why I'm part of an organization that purports to build new rails for the country. Well,
you were also part of an organization, Setu, which was building privately on top of this public digital infrastructure. You brought on, the issue of trust. And that is why you think public digital infrastructure can solve the problems that private sector cannot. But what is the role each can play? Because at the end of the day, like you said, the innovation has to come on top of that public DPI layer, with players like Setu are doing. Or is it very hard for private players to still win the trust, and therefore, will that gap sort of remain? Or what is the larger role that private players can play today?
See, if you look at the architecture of our DPIs, they are all built as very thin layers. Aadhaar captures only 4 demographic details: name, age, or rather date of birth, address, and gender. Yeah. Same for UPI. There's a very thin common interoperable protocol, and there's something known as a common library, which is why you see the same PIN screen in any app that you go to. Yeah. So the infrastructure itself, the rails are built as very thin layers that allow you to move data and move money between entities seamlessly. Now, building connections and building products on top of that is not something that the state does. This is something that regulated entities such as banks and insurance companies that have to do. If you have to onboard merchants and then give them services and give them access to these kind of rails, that is again a service that allows you to earn revenues. So there is a role for public infrastructure, and there is a role for private entities building products on top of this infrastructure. So I'd look at them as complementary roles.
Okay, very much complementary roles. Let's put this across to Dr. Foucault as well. One of the most remarkable outcomes of DPI has been the fact that it's become more than a technology platform. It's not just that, it's also creating entirely new markets, entirely new businesses that were not possible before. How do you see the government's role as this architect of the new markets that are being created? And to the question of trust that Sahil brought up, do you think DPIs can operate with the kind of openness that they are operating with to allow private players to, sort of build on top of this layer and also take trust along with it? I mean, the openness and trust, can they go hand in hand, or sometimes you see that is a bit of a challenge?
Thank you very much. I think the state or the public sector, defines the architecture within which the market actually operates. Alternatively, the states comes with the digital rails, and whereas the private sector or the commercial entities actually comes with the application, services, or goods. So the systems are designed in such a way, while the rails are actually commoditized, the services built on the top of the rails are being competitive and market driven to incentivize the innovations. On the top of that, the agile regulatory frameworks such as light touch approach and lab to market kind of assistance. We have a regulatory sandbox throughout all the financial sector regulators is really actually helping the the commercial entities to come and actually offer their services. Coming back to your second component of the questions, the interoperability and the security. What I feel is that the first phase of the DPIs, based on the 3 principles: scale, speed, scale, and interoperability. I believe that given the kind of the scale that AI has, picking up, and we have the other kind of, developments in hand, the DPI journey has to move from speed, scale, and interoperability to the intelligence, actually. How far, for instance, UPI has no longer remained as a payment solution. It has proved to be an enabler of, a gateway of access to different financial services. From payment, you can, get access to credit, insurance, everything. So intelligence definitely is, additional aspects which the second phase of AI, DPI has to look at. Then the security. Unless your system, your DPIs, your customers and citizens who are actually, sitting on the DPI getting the services are secure, there will be no trust. So from speed, scale, and interoperability, the next step is intelligence, security, and trust. So trust is definitely, going to play a very, very critical role. Our, job is to ensure that how far the DPIs would able to actually, make resilience given the kind of new threats emerge from the frontier technology.
I'll pick up on the resilience and the safety and security with Sahil in just a bit, but since you brought up commercialization and the commercial aspect of this, and you brought up UPI. This is often debated. I mean, sorry to have to ask you again, but private players, for them to innovate, at the end of the day, have to make profits. UPI remains MDR free, and that is a debate that's often come up. The government has more than once clarified that the intent is to keep it free, to not levy an MDR. But how do you expect the private sector to keep investing into building this infrastructure and innovating when there's no money to be made from it? And if you're going to say cross-sell insurance, cross-sell credit, that's a smaller part of the story. But how do you make money on UPI?
I absolutely agree. If you see, the journey probably 4 years back when the MDR on UPI was made zero, especially during the COVID period, the government, prioritized the entire strategy towards digital first approach. And in order to ensure that the citizen, able to financially transact free of cost, certain digital payment transactions were made.
That was 10 years ago. Now we're doing 23 billion transactions a month.
So what am I saying is that while the MDR was actually, made zero in the last 4 years, the government has actually come up, a couple of steps. For instance, the government has been implementing an incentive schemes in the last 4 years. And you would appreciate that we have spent over 7,000 crore to the incentive schemes. On the top of that, the Reserve Bank of India, they have also subsidized the deployment of payment infrastructure.
Which just ended in December, if I'm not wrong.
They have also spent 1,500 crore. So roughly on an average, RBI and Government of India putting together, spending over 2,000 crore every year. Yeah. Even then, what I feel is that though UPI has been scaling, and the associated cost to the ecosystem has also, gone up substantially over time. I think we need to take a balanced, approach to understand and, come up with a kind of a, solution that which will not only support the growth of UPI, but also make the payment system sustainable.
Fair enough. There's a budgetary allocation for this pretty much every year. You were talking about the RBI incentive scheme that has unfortunately now ended, but the industry estimates the requirement is upwards of 10,000 crores a year, for instance, whereas the budget may provide 1,500, 2,000 crores a year. How do you bridge that gap?
I would disagree to, make a firm commitment. But I would like to actually submit the audience here that we have been constantly, engaging with the ecosystem industry. Yeah. And we have received feedbacks about the sustainability of UPI system. We are looking at different scenarios, taking into account both the UPI ecosystem as well as the, sustainability of the, ecosystem partners. And we are hopefully in times to come, we will come out with some kind of a, balanced approach.
All right. Sahil, let me then come to you about the management of fraud. When we talk about the likes of UPI and, all of these systems scaling to the levels that they have, touching 40, 50 crores of people. I mean, I think there are 400 plus unique users of UPI. What are some of the innovations that players like RBI Innovation Hub are working on with your mule accounts, with your intelligence platform, etc., to counter some of these rising threats, which are getting smarter by the day?
See, it's a natural byproduct of going from very low scale of digital transactions to close to 1 billion transactions a day. That there will be, fraud would happen offline now. Since payments are happening online, fraud is moving where the money is. I mean, that's the nature of this. One thing to do keep in mind is if you look at global benchmarks, the rate of incidence of fraud in India is much, much lower than the global average. That is not to say that it is not a serious problem. It is just to say that our systems are rather secure by design and they are working the way they intended. A large part of this, if you look at the taxonomy of fraud in this country, it is driven by greed, it is driven by, more than it is driven by fear. Investment frauds actually far outnumber the number of, for example, digital arrest frauds that are talked about. And investment fraud is about greed and digital arrest is more or less about fear. When you're tackling this type of an issue, there are two ways, or rather two vectors that you need to go after. The first is, of course, you interrupt the chain of the movement of fraudulent funds. And for that, we've built a system known as mulehunter.ai, which we've deployed in over 25 banks today. And the idea there is to use AI and machine learning models to detect anomalous transaction behavior in a given account, and then assign a confidence score about whether this is likely to be a fraudulent account or not. And then there is a whole process around that account being verified, and then you take steps about whether you freeze it or not, whatever are the corrective actions that the bank needs to take, the bank takes. The other part is known as the other DPI that we're building. Actually, we're building the prototype, and eventually it will be taken over by an industry-owned body called the Indian Digital Payments Intelligence Corporation, which has been incorporated under the aegis of the Department of Financial Services and the RBI, and is co-owned by all the banks. We're building something known as the Digital Payments Intelligence Platform, and our objective there is to be able to assign a near real-time risk score. It is in the order of magnitude of 100 to 200 milliseconds, a risk score to every single transaction. And that again will utilize various AI and machine learning techniques, graph networks, so you can go into the details, but to identify what is the likelihood of this transaction being, or what is the riskiness of a given transaction. And given its gradation, we will take various actions, being either straightforward blocking of the transaction to a step-up authentication, or an enhanced due diligence of the customer, etc. So we are equipping the regulated entities who are participating in the chain of payments to both detect those accounts that are likely to be involved in the movement of illicit funds, and also to assign a near real-time risk score to these transactions.
Just for us to understand very simply, thanks to all of these efforts that you and other players in the system are putting in, to what extent can these digital frauds be brought down? Because that is the single biggest element of trust displacement. I mean, the idea of losing money, is a big issue. So to what extent have frauds come down, thanks to some of these measures and thanks to the use of technology?
No, so we've already detected lakhs of mule accounts already. The DPIP is still in its early stages of development, but we expect that it will equip the banks with visibility on transaction patterns that happen across banking, across the banking ecosystem. Currently, a given bank has only visibility into the data of its own systems, but by employing some privacy-enhancing techniques and seeing pattern behavior across the various banks, we expect to be able to equip them to spot frauds that are cross-bank or cross-entity kind of fraudulent transactions. And this is not to say that this is a permanent solution or a panacea. Yeah. This is a constant exercise. Fraudsters are always going to be a moving target. This is going to be a cat and mouse game. So building security systems is always about continuously evolving and continuously improving.
Hopefully it's the cat and not the mouse that we end up becoming. Dr. Foucault, yes.
Just to add what Sahil is actually, saying, because both of us are very closely working on, the security layer. What you see today, most of these digital arrest or cyber frauds are happening. It's not that, none of our financial institutions are actually active and deploying very highly sophisticated tools. Every bank do have their AI ML, a solution deployed. But the problem is that, it's a very localized actually. One bank solution AI is not speaking to other banks' AI. But cyber space, what happens when the money is actually transferred, from one bank to another. So there is a lack of coordinations of one system speaking to another. That is one.
We need a DPI for fraud control.
Yeah, that is why I'm coming to that. This is one problem. The second problem is that today, the entire, the action is kind of a reactionary in nature. Yeah. The moment actually a fraud happened, the customer complain, then, they start, initiate actions. Probably what we actually, missing here is the golden hour. Yeah. In the cyber space, digital space, money move, from one place to 10 different places within few seconds. What we actually working on together is in the form of a DPI actually. The system will actually connect all the banks. A common, kind of a score, risk-based score will be generated. And based on that, the banks will start speaking to each other. And this is not a kind of a reactionary. This is a kind of a, proactive. It's a proactive kind of a, mule account identifications. You have a, unusual pattern of transactions. And based on that, the score will be generated, and then, the action will start. So from reactionary, we are going towards proactive measures, and from a localized, we are going to a kind of a, connected kind of a, approach.
That's a headline you're giving us, a DPI in works for fraud control. I think that's something we all very much need. But finally, gentlemen, since we've run out of time here, Dr. Foucault, many entrepreneurs and startup founders and, aspirants in the room as well. Any advice you would give to, people looking to build on top of the digital public infrastructure layer? From both of you, starting with you, Dr. Foucault.
See, my humble submission is that India is the leader in building, population-scale digital public infrastructure, and this have been proved to be a world-class. Many international institutions, including the IMF, they have recognized, for instance, UPI as the largest retail, real-time payment system in the world. The government of India are very, very, proactive in taking the India's digital and fintech innovations to the global scales. The government by far have actually, signed DPI, kind of a cooperation agreement with 22 countries. UPI is presently available in 8 to 9 countries. And in all the foreign trade agreements which have been recently concluded, including India, UK, India, EU, India, New Zealand. Cooperation in electronic payments and fintechs are one of the core areas. So going forward, our target would be not to actually meet the localized needs, domestic requirements, but also take the DPIs or fintech innovations to serve the global audience for greater global good. That is what my submission is. Thank
All right. Sahil, final word from you. What do you think could be the next big innovation that could come on top of our public DPI layer?
I mean, I think there are several ideas, and I wouldn't necessarily point out to one. But I think, a fundamental acknowledgement of the fact that we look very different from from most of India. Right? We're sitting in an air-conditioned room, we're speaking in English, we're wearing shirt, pant, and pontificating on the future of DPI and where India is, etc. Our country still has a long way to go. One of my favorite quotes is, the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. We happen to be living in India's future right now, the people here. The thing that I would like to see, since I work in financial services in this country, is that the financial lives of most of India, most of Bharat, is very different from an EMI-driven, very app-driven life. Most people don't look at their banking apps nearly as much as they do. They look at WhatsApp, they look at YouTube, and that's it. And that's where their mobile life kind of ends. They don't type to send voice notes. They don't earn every month. These forms scare them. They get somebody else to do it for them. We're not a do-it-yourself country.
And so building financial products that actually mirror the lives of our fellow citizens, which means, you know, I don't have, most people do not have a monthly salary. So why are most products EMI products?
Correct.
Can we have a credit product that actually matches the cash flow of individuals?
Yeah.
Can we, you know why people borrow from money lenders? They don't borrow from money lenders because they like it. They borrow from money lenders because they give them flexibility. Aaj nahi hoga. I can't pay today. Is hafta nahi ho raha hai. Agle hafte adjust kar lo. You know, this kind of conversation with your financial product, flexibility, sachetization, making things small, and meeting people where they are in their language. These, you know, I don't necessarily think, you know, we built great DPI. There is identity, there is payments, we are paperless, we are cashless. We don't have to keep building DPI. Now let's use it. Let's use it to build something, build products that are actually relevant for our people. I mean, that's the push that I would make.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That was a very candid answer, and it was a pleasure speaking with both of you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, Dr. Foucault and Sahil. Pleasure having you, and thank you all for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ritu, and thank you to our lovely panelists for a thought-provoking exchange as well. There was, of course, a lot for us to learn from that riveting conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now move forward, one thing is very, very clear, that India's digital public infrastructure is no longer merely a national asset. In fact, it is fast becoming a global public good as well. Let's now move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next conversation. As India accelerates its digital transformation journey, the benefits of digital public infrastructure are now far extending beyond cities and traditional sectors to empower rural communities and even grassroots livelihoods. Let's talk about the fisheries sector. Here, the digital platforms are enabling better access to schemes, better access to market linkages, financial inclusion, and even data-driven governance. All of this coming together and helping improve outcomes for millions of fishers across the country. And to really discuss this intersection of technology, inclusion, and even rural development, we have the honor and privilege to have with us, as we welcome him, Shri Sanjay Nishadji, the Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Fisheries, Government of Uttar Pradesh. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome sir on stage. He in fact will be in conversation with Sheenam Sharma from News 18 India. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please.
संजय निषाद जी, बहुत स्वागत है आपका मंच पर। देखिए, पीएम मोदी के 12 साल पूरे हो गए हैं, तो शुरुआत सबसे पहले मैं इसी के साथ करूंगी, क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार कहा जाता है, उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार और केंद्र की सरकार। ऐसे में बहुत ज्यादा चर्चा होती है इस मॉडल को लेकर। तो उत्तर प्रदेश को किस तरह से फायदा इस चीज का मिलता रहा है, और पिछले 12 सालों में आप उत्तर प्रदेश को किस तरह से अलग देखते हैं?
देखिए, पहले तो आपके चैनल के, आपके श्रोताओं को, और जो डीपीआई है और जो आज के दिन में तमाम आपके सहयोगी प्रोटेन जैसे कंपनियां हैं जिसको इसको स्पॉन्सर कर रही हैं और दुनिया तक पहुंचा रही हैं, पहले तो सबको बधाई देता हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश सर्वोत्तम प्रदेश है और दुनिया में बहुत पहचान दिया है। मैं कई देशों की यात्रा की, वहां डिजिटल मार्केट में, डिजिटल क्षेत्र में कोई ऐसा देश नहीं होगा जहां भारत के लोग न रहते हों। अगर दुनिया को भारत के लोग चला रहे हैं तो भारत को भी चलना चाहिए दुनिया के जो हमारे बुद्धिमान लोग हैं। मैं आपके इस प्रोग्राम से बहुत इम्प्रेस हूं कि कम से कम डीपीआई जो है, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म जो पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, इसको डिजिटल क्रांति की बात करिए। आप मोदी के सपनों को साकार करिए। भारत के उस गरीब के जो सपने जो इंतजार कर रहा है, जो अंग्रेजों मुगलों के उस तलवार से, उस तोप से, दर्द से 1100 बरस गुलाम रहा हो, उसको टेक्नोलॉजी से ही विकास की मुख्यधारा में ला जा सकता है, केवल डिजिटल से लाया जा सकता है, क्योंकि डिजिटल का काम ही है 0 से लेकर 9 तक का गिनती है, मतलब 0 से हीरो बनाया जा, उसका नाम है डिजिटल है। गरीब आदमी कैसे राजा बनेगा, उसका नाम है डिजिटल। हर क्षेत्र में हम आपको बता दें, अपने फिशरी सेक्टर में कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारे यहाँ एक जो है वह है जो केंद्रीय जो है मत्स्य की जो अनुसंधान केंद्र है, वहाँ हमने आदमी का तो आधार कार्ड है, लेकिन हमने मछलियों का भी आधार कार्ड बना रखा है, उनके अंदर चिप लगा रखा है कि वो किस नदी की है। मशीन लगाते हैं, खट दे बता देती है वो कितने किलो की है, किस नदी की है, उसके अंदर कितने अंडे हैं और वो स्वस्थ है कि नहीं है। बीमार है तो सीधे कंप्यूटर में बताता मेरा वो ब्रूडर जो है मछली बीमार है उसके अंदर, और तुरंत डॉक्टर जाते हैं, उसको निकालते हैं, उसको दवाई देते हैं।
आपका डिपार्टमेंट तो उसका मतलब बहुत आगे निकल गया है। डीपीआई जिसकी हम बात करने वाले थे, एक सवाल मेरा ये भी रहेगा निशाद जी कि आने वाले वक्त में क्या कुछ फ्यूचर प्लानिंग इस तरह से भी की जा रही है कि जो भी मछुआरे हैं हमारे, एक प्लेटफॉर्म उनको मिले जहां पर उनको सब्सिडी का भी पता हो, सरकार कौन कौन सी योजनाएं उनके लिए लेकर आई ये भी उनको पता हो। क्या ऐसे किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी विचार चल रहा है सरकार की तरफ से?
देखिए, पहले तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी तो नदियों से तो आते जाते थे, नदी एक ही माध्यम था, लेकिन कुछ आक्रमणकारियों ने भारत पर आक्रमण किया तो सीधे निषादों से उसी लड़ाई हुई और उन्हें कानून बनाकर उजाड़ दिया निषादों को, और वो जमीन जायदाद छीन लिया, फिशरीज एक्ट, माइनिंग एक्ट, फॉरेस्ट एक्ट बना दिया। बाद में क्रिमिनल कास्ट घोषित कर दिया कि निषाद क्रिमिनल कास्ट है, डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर का बेटा इंजीनियर है। 12 अक्टूबर 1871 को ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में स्टीफन नामक सांसद ने कहा ऐसी 578 जातियां भारत में हैं जो अंग्रेजों से लड़ रही हैं, इन्हें उजाड़ो, कानून से उजाड़ दो, इनकी जमीन जायदाद छीन लो। ऐसे लोग भूमिहीन है, पाइपलाइन में है, पॉलीथीन में है, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा 18% आबादी फिशरमैन कम्युनिटीज की है। वो अगर अंग्रेजों से लड़े हैं, मुगलों से लड़े हैं तो पिछली सरकारों से लड़े हैं। अब मोदी के साथ ये मछुआरे खड़े हैं, अब मोदी चाहते हैं डिजिटल हो जा तो मछुआरे भी चाहते हैं डिजिटल हो जा, उनको डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म दिया गया। आज उनका पेमेंट पहले के प्रधानमंत्री, नाम नहीं लूंगा न शर्म आएगी उन पार्टियों को, उनके प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे कि हम 100 रुपये भेजते हैं तो 15 गांव पहुंचता 85 बीच में खा जाते हैं। लेकिन मोदी को धन्यवाद दूंगा कि डिजिटल पेमेंट किया उन्होंने कि सीधे मोदी जी यहाँ बटन दबाते हैं, सीधे गरीब के खाते में पहुंचता है। सारे बेईमान भ्रष्टाचारी खत्म हो गए। तो भारत को फिर से विश्व गुरु बनाने में डिजिटल होगा। फिशरमैन पहले भी आगे थे, आज भी आगे है। उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रियम्बल ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का मछली तीर धनुष जल राजा नल निषाद का चिन्ह है। इसके मतलब मछली दुनिया में ओमेगा 3 है। आप समझते हैं कि 70% भोजन, अगर जापान मछली खा के बहुत बुद्धिमान है तो भारत में भी मछली बहुत पैदा होती है। उत्पादन में हम भारत को सबसे दूसरे नंबर पर ला दिया। उत्तर प्रदेश उत्पादन में 1 नंबर पर हो गया है और हमने 4 साल के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश में उत्पादन दुगुना किया हूं। हमको लगता है $1 ट्रिलियन, $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमिक का जो बात किया मोदी जी ने, उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी जी ने उसे 1 ट्रिलियन उसका उन्होंने जो शेयर देने की बात किया, उसमें मेरा 27% का ग्रोथ फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट का सबसे ज्यादा ग्रोथ मैंने दिया। इसलिए दिया है कि परंपरागत जो पेशा था, ट्रेडिशनल फिशरमैन थे, उनको मैं टेक्निकल फिशर और मैं डिजिटल फिशरमैन के रूप में ला रहा हूं कि भैया आप मछली जो है कब दबाव होगा, कब आंधी आएगी, कब तूफान आएगा और कब मछली होगा। मैं दूसरे देशों में गया था, एक महिला अकेले फिशरीज का काम कर रही थी। वो उसके यहाँ डिजिटल सब कर रखा था। वो बटन दबाती थी, ऑटोमेटिकली कितना बताता था, कितना उसका भोजन है, अपने आप ऑटोमेटिक भोजन उसका बढ़ता था। पीएच मेंटेन हो जाता था। उसको क्रेन अपने यहाँ मछली फिशिंग का मैं बता रहा हूँ, वो बटन दबाती थी, सारे जाल ऐसे आते थे और क्रेन लगा रहता था। बता दी 500 ग्राम की मछली तो 500 ग्राम वाला ही उठता था। अगर उसने लिया 1 किलो तो 1 किलो, ऑटोमेटिक प्रोसेस। आज के दिन में डिजिटल इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हमारे लोग पेपर में फंसे हैं, मेरे लोग परिश्रम में फंसे हैं, मेरे लोग पब्लिक में ऐसे घूम रहे हैं। तो आज के दिन में डिजिटल होने से समय बचेगा। जब समय बचेगा तो वो जो है वो अपना दूसरा काम करेगा, देश के निर्माण में काम करेगा। अब फिर भारत विश्व गुरु तभी बनेगा जब डिजिटल आएगा। हमको लगता है आपका जो डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा योगदान हमको लगता है इस कंपनी का आपका होगा। हम आज ही कहता हूं कि ऐसी कंपनी को भारत इंतजार कर रहा, एक एक नागरिक इंतजार कर रहा। और मछुआरों को भी मैं ट्रेनिंग दे रहा हूं इस तरीके का कि आज के दिन में मोबाइल से तुम्हें कहीं रहो पता चल जाए कि तुम्हारी मछली का भोजन कम हुआ, कहीं देखो अमोनिया तो नहीं बढ़ रहा, ऑटोमेटिक सब लगाओ कि उसमें अमोनिया कम हो जाए।
लेकिन बिचौलियों के लिए भी कुछ होगा क्या? आपने जिक्र किया अभी कि यूपीआई पेमेंट के जरिए सीधे खाते में राशि पहुंच जाती है, बहुत अच्छी बात है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने जब इसको हो जाए, एक मिनट, प्रधानमंत्री जब 2014 में देश को कमान संभाले तो आप ही जैसे मीडिया लोगों ने ऐसे माइक लगा दिया कि प्रधानमंत्री जी इस देश का भ्रष्टाचार कैसे खत्म होगा, कैसे विकास होगा। तो उनका पहला शब्द था ना कि भ्रष्टाचार हम डिजिटल मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी से खत्म कर दूंगा। और मोदी जी ने टेक्नोलॉजी से भ्रष्टाचार खत्म कर दिया। अब न रुपया लेके घूमना है, और रुपए लेके जाते थे झोला भर, अगर ट्रक में बैग में वो मार दिए जाते थे, जान चला जाता था। अब रुपया अब डिजिटल हो गया रुपया, तो फिर उसका जान तो बच गया पब्लिक का। आज जो चोर और डकैत थे उनको भी अब काम, उनका भी पैसा खत्म हो गया, तो कम से कम चोरी डकैती बंद हो गई। वो अब नया कम करेंगे, देश के विकास में लगेंगे। ये डिजिटल का मतलब आज समाज निर्माण भी है। डिजिटल का मतलब सही दिशा देने का मतलब हुआ। सही डिजिटल का मतलब हुआ कि जितना भी अपना दिमाग व्यक्ति जन्म से लायक होता है, हर व्यक्ति जन्म से लायक होता है। बच्चा है छोटा, उसको दूध मिलता है, चावल मिलता है, बगल वाले प्रेम भी करते हैं, सारे लोग बच्चे से बहुत मोहब्बत करते हैं। लेकिन जब बड़ा हो गया तो नफरत क्यों करते हैं भाई? इसके लिए नफरत पैदा करने वाले बीच में जो है वो ज्ञान नहीं देने दे रहे हैं। विवेकशील ज्ञान, बृहद ज्ञान को विज्ञान कहते हैं, और संविधान का मतलब ही है विज्ञान। ये आक्रमणकारी आ गए, मुगल कहे देश को जो है ये अल्लाह चलाते हैं, और क्रिश्चियन आ गए कहे गॉड चलाते हैं, अब बुद्ध कहते हैं सब फ्रॉड हैं, देश को दुनिया को विज्ञान चलाता है। आज के दिन में देखो चंद्रयान को कौन चलाता भाई? विज्ञान चलाता है। सारा दुनिया विज्ञान है। ये बीच में भगवान कहाँ से घुस गए भाई? हम कह रहे हैं कि कहते हैं नहीं ये पिछला जन्म खराब था इसलिए खराब जगह पैदा हो गए, कुछ लोग अच्छे हैं पिछला जन्म अच्छा था। ये कर्मों के आधार पर नहीं, उसको अवसर मिलना चाहिए। देश में व्यवस्था, बड़े लोगों के बच्चे बड़े पढ़ेंगे, बड़े होकर व्यवस्था से बड़े हो जाएंगे। गरीब का बेटा गरीबी में पढ़ेगा, फिर गरीब हो जाएगा। लेकिन संविधान कहता नहीं, पहले था कि गरीब कमाएंगे अमीर खाएंगे, पहले झोपड़ी वाले कमाएंगे खोपड़ी वाले खाएंगे। लेकिन संविधान आया, बुद्ध ने कहा बराबर हो जाओ भाई, देश में प्रकृति ने विज्ञान ने सबको दिया। तो संविधान कहता है कि सब होशियार लोग कमाएंगे और झोपड़ी वाले के बेटे को पढ़ाएंगे और फ्री में उसको पढ़ाकर विकास की मुख्यधारा मिलाएंगे। ये उलट गया। विज्ञान संविधान कहता है कि सभी लोग कमाएंगे, सरकार को पैसा चुकाएंगे और सरकार के पैसे से उस गरीब के बेटे को पढ़ाकर विकास की मुख्यधारा मिलाएंगे। तो हम लोग डिजिटल से ही जो डिजिटल क्लास चल रहा है, देखो कोरोना अगर डिजिटल नहीं किए होते तो कोरोना में तो भारत का दशा खराब हो जाता। लेकिन मैं मोदी जी को धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आज के दिन में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, डिजिटल पर, देश के विकास में, विज्ञान पर, टेक्नोलॉजी पर उन्होंने विशेष अभियान चलाया। मत्स्य विभाग को अलग किया। पहले मत्स्य विभाग नहीं था देश में, ऐसे कृषि में चल रहा था, ऐसे राम भरोसे था। 70 साल में 67 साल में 1 रुपया भी पिछली सरकारों ने नहीं दिया था। लेकिन जब मोदी आए और मेरी मुलाकात हुई तो मैंने कहा भाई ये फिशरमैन नहीं है, ये भगवान राम को पार उतारने वाले हैं। ये फिशरमैन नहीं है, अंग्रेजों मुगलों को मौत के घाट उतारने वाले हैं, देश को आजाद कराने वाले हैं। 24 कैरेट के राष्ट्रवादी लोग हैं। अंग्रेजों ने इन्हें कानून बना के उजाड़ा है। इन्हें विकास की मुख्यधारा में लाने के लिए इनको अवसर मिलना चाहिए। मोदी जी ने तैयार हो गए, 61,000 करोड़ रुपया पूरे देश के मछुआरों को दिया। उसमें पहला है सीधे उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा, उन्होंने कहा डिजिटल पेमेंट करो, इनका सीधे खाते में जाएगा। उन्होंने देखो इनके लिए NFDP, अभी हमारे यहाँ नेशनल फिशरीज डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है कि डिजिटल जुड़ो भाई मछुआरे। और डिजिटल जैसे अपने मोबाइल से फोन करता जोड़ता है, अपना नाम गाम लिखेगा, आधार कार्ड लिखेगा, बैंक पासबुक लिखेगा, मोबाइल नंबर, 100 रुपया उसके खाते में आ जाता है पढ़ने के लिए। ऐसे है मोदी ने डिजिटल जोड़ने के लिए 100 रुपया दे रहे हैं। अगर उसका मोबाइल आधार कार्ड से नहीं लिंक है तो आप देख लो, तो उसको सहज जन सेवा केंद्र में जाता, वहां अपना आइरिस या अंगूठे से उसका हो जाता। तो इसका मतलब हमारी सरकार डिजिटल चाहती है और पब्लिक डिजिटल से जुड़ने से उसको फायदा होता है। तो आज के दिन में डिजिटल जो है, ये प्लेटफॉर्म जो पब्लिक है इसको जोड़ना। अगर डिजिटल से नेपाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन हो सकता है, डिजिटली जो है अगर देखो बांग्लादेश में परिवर्तन हो सकता है, डिजिटली अगर आज के दिन में अफगानिस्तान में परिवर्तन हो सकता है तो डिजिटली गरीबी भी उत्तर प्रदेश देश से खत्म हो सकता है और देश फिर विश्व गुरु बनेगा। और दुनिया के लोग भारत में पढ़ने आते थे, तब हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी था, फिर दुनिया के लोग भारत में पढ़ने आएंगे। ये देख लीजिए, फिर भारत विश्व गुरु बनेगा, क्योंकि आप जैसी कंपनियों ने इसके लिए किया है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां आपने गिनवा दी, लेकिन मेरा सवाल अब ये रहेगा कि अगले 5 साल का क्या रोड मैप है, खासतौर पर फिशरीज के सेक्टर में। जैसे कुछ ऐसे मछुआरे हैं जिनके वहां पर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से हैं, या फिर वहां पर हम कह सकते हैं इंटरनेट नहीं है, मोबाइल फोन नहीं है जिनके पास, क्या उनके लिए कोई रोड मैप, कोई तैयारी है?
अभी डिजिटल मैंने जोड़ा, उससे क्या नाम है वो, इससे गूगल मैप से, जैसे मैंने गूगल से जोड़ा तो ऑटोमेटिकली जो है उसमें आ गया कि कितने पोखरे हमारे पास हैं, कितने सूखे हैं, कितने में हरा भरा है। तो यही पता चल गया, पता चला कि 80% पोखरे मेरे पास ऐसे हैं कि जिनको किसी ने, अधिकारियों ने उसको दिया नहीं गरीबों को। 20% दे कह दिया सब सूखे हैं। आज हम मैं डिजिटल से पता चल गया इसमें पानी भरा है, वो व्यापार कर सकता है, उसको 100% कर दिया। पता चला जो 20% पोखरे थे वो अब 80% आक्स हो जाए, हमारे लोग 80% में मछली पालन करें। ऐसी ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जिनको अनुदान देकर हम आपके गाँव के जो है जोड़। अभी हमारे पास जो आप समझ सकते हैं कि बुंदेलखंड में क्या दिक्कत, हमारे यहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी को जैसे सब जुड़कर डिजिटली हम गांव से जोड़ रहे हैं। गांव के लोगों को फ्री बीमा, ये डिजिटल जो हमारे यहाँ जो अभी NFDB ने जो नेशनल फिशरीज डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म दिया हमारी सरकार ने, उसके माध्यम से सब मछुआरों को जोड़ रहे हैं। और उनकी जो कैसी इच्छा है, व्यापार सिखा रहे हैं उनको किस तरीके से फिशरी सेक्टर में कि 10 पैसे का हमारे यहाँ जितना प्लेट इतना है और इतना बड़ा केज है, हमने दिया महिलाओं को। और उनको मैंने डिजिटल जोड़ दिया कि कैसे आपको होगा। मैंने सोलर लाइट से जोड़ दिया, उनको हमने ज्ञान देना, प्रशिक्षण देना शुरू किया। 25 कुंटल इतने में मछली पालते हैं, 10 पैसे का बच्चा डालिए। हमारे यहाँ एक नियम है, बताओ, उनको डिजिटली जोड़ा, ज्ञान जोड़ दिया, सबको जोड़ दिया आज के दिन में। तो 10 पैसे का बच्चा अगर हम 18 फीट के 2 टीन जो गांव में जिससे हम कटरेन डाल के छाया देते गरीब को, अगर 2 हम उनको कटरेन देते हैं और 5 नट बोल्ट से गोल टैंक बना देते हैं, तारप्लिन डाल देते हैं, उसको सोलर लाइट से जोड़ देते हैं, पंप लगा देते हैं। उसमें एक आज के दिन में वो बैक्टीरिया है जो बायोफ्लॉक है, डाल देते हैं, गुड़ डाल देते हैं। उसमें हम 10 पैसे का बच्चा डालते हैं और पानी लगभग 7000 लीटर आ जाएगा। और जैसे 10 पैसे का बच्चा डालते हैं 10,000, तो वो आज के दिन में हम उसे 3 रुपए में खरीदते हैं। और 60-70 दिन में पैसा खर्च कितना हुआ भाई? उसको कुछ नहीं हुआ। आप समझ सकती हैं, एक टैंक 10 मिनट में तैयार करा दिया, डिजिटली उसको ट्रेनिंग करा दिया, मोबाइल से ट्रेनिंग करा दिया, और जैसे 10 पैसे का बच्चा दिलवा दिया फ्री में हम अपने वहां से। और एक गरीब आदमी 60 दिन के अंदर 10,000 बच्चे डाल के वो 1,000 रुपए का बच्चा मिलेगा ज्यादा से ज्यादा, और 30,000 में मैं खुद खरीद रहा हूँ। ये कौन सा ऐसा विभाग है कि जो 10 पैसे को इतना ज्यादा है? आप कहीं बैंक में पैसा डालेंगी तो आप 10 साल में वो दुगुना होगा। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ने के नाते अगर हम आज के दिन में अगर 60-40 का रेशियो है, 60% मछली पर खर्च होता है और 40% का बचत है। इतना भी मत्स्य विभाग, इतना व्यापार में फायदा किसी देश में, किसी और सेक्टर में नहीं है। नतीजा है हाँ इसमें।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां भी गिनवाई। और साथ ही साथ जैसा कि आपने जिक्र किया फिशरीज के सेक्टर में उत्तर प्रदेश की भागीदारी, खासतौर पर डिजिटल पेमेंट की बात की आपने, उसमें 27%, वाकई बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। बहुत शुक्रिया आपका मंच पर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। जोरदार तालियों के साथ एक बार थैंक्स कहिए।
Let's thank the Honourable Minister with a huge round of applause, and let's also thank him for taking out his time, also thanking Sheenam for moderating that very thought-provoking session. But for us, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to continue our journey of learning with riveting conversations as part of the India DPI Summit. And as we've been telling you, that this in fact is being streamed live on the CNBC-TV18 YouTube channel with our dedicated hashtag. So do use that. We'd love to hear from you as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's now move forward and let's look ahead. We can confidently say one thing today, that India's digital public infrastructure is no longer merely a national asset. It is in fact fast becoming a global public good. AI today, ladies and gentlemen, has the potential to make public services more intelligent, more accessible, and more personalized for millions. But unlocking this opportunity will require the right mix of innovation, policy, and even collaboration. To really explore how artificial intelligence can help empower the next billion users and even strengthen public good, we now move towards our next session. And our next session is also very aptly titled. It's called Artificial Intelligence in DPI for the Next Billion, Enabling Inclusive Public Good through Innovation, Policy, as well as partnerships. But before I invite our moderator and our panelists, once again reminding each one of you, for a wider audience as well, that this in fact is being streamed live on the YouTube channel of CNBC-TV18 with our dedicated hashtag India DPI Summit. So do use that hashtag and we'd love to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming on stage our moderator, CNBC-TV18's Ashmit Kumar. And with a huge round of applause, let's start welcoming our stellar panel as well. This, of course, will be a conversation which will be the frontier of AI innovation and policy. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Amit Das, founder and CEO, Think360.ai, Rishi Seth, Senior Director, GTM Products, Growth and Strategic Initiatives, APAC India, GCC's Fractal Analytics, Parminder Singh Kakria, Vice President, Government Affairs and Policy, India and ASEAN at Hindrul, Rakesh Dosi, Chief Business and Product Officer, Protean eGov Technologies, Bala Subramaniam Ji, VP and Head of the Government Business Unit Center of Data for Public Good at IASC. And lastly, completing the panel, we also have Manoj Kumar Singh, Director General, Digital Infra Providers Association. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our stellar panel on stage. I think we can welcome them with a louder round of applause. Welcome, gentlemen. Ashmit, the floor is all yours.
I'll just begin with a small anecdote. Last night, my parents were flying in from Mumbai to Delhi, and they asked me, "Beta, kal kya kar rahe ho? What are you doing tomorrow?" So I told them I'm going for a DPI Summit, which we're hosting. And to their mind, they had difficulty visualizing what DPI essentially is. And it's only after I conveyed to them that they booked their tickets using an Aadhaar, which is stored in a DigiLocker. When they reached the airport, they had DigiYatra. Then they bought a coffee using UPI. I had to go pick them up at the airport, and there they have, at Terminal 3 in Delhi, they have the FASTag, which allows for your car to exit with just a smooth transition. You don't have to take the wallet out and pay money. And it's only then that it dawned upon my parents, as I'm sure it does on a lot of our folk back at home, that this is, we're looking at a stellar journey, a journey which is unprecedented, which sets new benchmarks, and which only gives further direction and confidence as we move towards greater deployment, and which of course brings us to the theme of the conversation today, which is integration of AI. I think AI is front and center for all conversations regarding technology, regarding where we're headed from here. So let me just begin this panel. We have a long panel as well. Mr. Doshi, I'll come to you first. Tell us, from a government standpoint, from your work, tell us, what is it that the government will have to do, that the government will have to prepare itself with when it's looking towards deploying, governing an AI-integrated DPI?
So very interesting. The entire DPI rails, which has been created to serve the citizens, that's the service model which has been created. And this couldn't have been created without the initiatives from the government. As these rails, guardrails that have been created, and we at Protean have been serving for the last 3 decades in building these rails. Very synonymous to being invisible, but very important elements that we have built in, basis which today, a very simple thing, while we are not visible, but any bank statement journeys, account opening journeys, etc. that you see, you will interface with the systems that we have built. Today, nearly 60% of India's population would have got the PAN cards through the systems that we have developed, without knowing that the entire distribution verification elements have been brought in by us. Now, all of these has been actually built through the government initiatives. as these integrated systems and the silos of the various systems and the mandates that each government and each ministry therefore has very different, the elements of AI coming in picture would be an important element where all these data sets from a silo to an inference perspective, how do they get built? Now these will be the critical elements and the roles that the government, ministries, regulators will play a very strong role, which will enable all the use cases that you talked about further to build something which makes us very simple, and it brings the entire elements, both from the government and also from the enterprise side, back to the journeys that the citizens has, right from the life to the death. So that's the play that the government would have in building these blocks.
You've given me the cue to my next question. Mr. Gautaman, let me come to you. How do you envision, you talked about data sets. I want to get a sense, how do you envision IUDX of the future? Is it going to be a ready, available source of data where not just private enterprises but municipal corporations can look to develop solutions on an inference-based solution that's a plug-and-play model?
Thank you for that. So we started with this concept of IUDX, which is quite famous now, when the Smart City mission started way back in 2019. And we brought in data sets from across cities, onto a platform called the India Urban Data Exchange. Every sort of data set, right from the traffic signal data set, the IOT sensors, the weather stations data, the pollution monitoring data, the parking data, every other data set that you can actually imagine in a city to make the city more livable. So the major issue that anybody here would have come across is the quality of the data sets, right? So what we've done is kind of standardized for every protocol, right? If it is for a IOT-based data, we've standardized it for example, if it has a PMI, the pollution reading, we standardize so that, if it is from any vendor, be it Philips, be it anybody else, there's a standard. So you actually share the data in whichever format you have in your OEM, and it gets standardized and then actually, put onto the platform in a way that it is understandable to the common man. So, but making data available on a common platform is one of the major challenges, because getting actual real data from out of the vaults of the government is one of the major challenges. But then, yes, we've done it and, proven. We've moved away from urban, and, I'll talk more about it when it comes. So we've been working on various other sectors across India. Yeah, thank you.
Let me take that across to Mr. Seth. Mr. Seth, again, you operate from the lens, you have quite a bird's eye view as to how a lot of other markets are also doing. Help us with some insight from your perspective as to how the other countries are looking at DPI, what are the models that they are developing, how are they looking at integration of AI? Are there best practices, are there learnings for India to incorporate AI into DPI?
Hi all, very good evening. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to be part of this powerful panel. Coming to your question, right, how other countries are looking at it, I would say a lot of countries are actually looking at how India is going to go about the integration of AI into DPI, because a lot of different countries actually are looking at India's DPI foundation and trying to replicate it within themselves, especially a lot of African countries, a lot of countries in Middle East. They are actually trying to use the same building blocks of identity, transactions, finance, and then trying to replicate it. Some of the organization, or rather some of the companies, they are more looking to make it a bit more centralized. Whereas I think from an India perspective, we are looking at a combination of a central layer, but then at a private level, how can you decentralize the specific use cases, right? How can you decentralize the verticals? And I think this is some interesting discussions that we are seeing in a lot of different countries, that, okay, it's not just about centralized, centrally driving AI, But how can they also now look at this very specific use case if it is more from a finance perspective or an education perspective, health perspective? How can there can be some private entities who can take that mandate, who can look at those use case and then try to decentralize it at least for a particular vertical. And those are the learnings a lot of countries, I would say, are trying to take from India. Because, see, when you look at AI and the AI efficiency in itself, usually there are 3 pillars which organizations or countries are trying to solve for, right? And AI will become more efficient, and the simple formula for that is C into D into a model, where C stands for compute, D is for data sets, and then the models are the usual AI algorithms. Now, how we are looking at it and the discussion that we are doing with different organizations or countries is that how can AI play a role in each of this layer? To give a very simple example, and I would say India is pretty unique because of the diversity of data sets that we have, the different regional languages. And I'll give an example. I'm sure a lot of you would have heard about Jugalbandi. It's an WhatsApp app collaboration between Bhashini and Microsoft, which is predominantly useful for a lot of farmers to get information insights in terms of the weather and crop, right? Now, whenever a farmer, in specific villages, when a farmer used to get a positive response from Jugalbandi app, they used to thank them, not like a English thank you, but Juk Juk Jio Mera Beta. They used to type such information in the app. They used to send good morning, good night, good evening kind of a messages because they felt they are interacting with someone. Now, what it does to the data sets, you have to leverage then AI to ensure that you are taking care of refining this data set so it can be further trained upon. That's one example. Similarly, when you're looking at a compute layer, right, we all talk about LLMs, but LLMs are more again for the generic, I would say, usage. Then you have to ensure where a specific SLM can be used, a small language model which can be very verticalized, and it can work at the remotest places where people not have the best mobile devices, but cheap mobile devices, where they don't have a very strong, maybe 4G or 5G connectivity, right? It's important that you have those SLMs very specific to that vertical and region, and it becomes useful. And similarly, also, not just LLMs and SLMs, but LRMs, the large reasoning models, where it's not about just having a conversation, but as we saw in the first session from Shaileshji, it's about agentic AI, giving some reasoning, having some to and fro conversation. So I think these are the learnings which a lot of other countries are also trying to take from India, because purely the diverse nature of data and the different situations that we have, different countries are also trying to see, okay, how we can take the best practices out of it, so that it's not just a centralized focus and push, but they can make it very specific and also reach the last mile.
Speaking of ensuring that connectivity, Mr. Kakri, I want to get a sense from all the prerequisites that we're looking at, how critical is it? I'm just requesting you to borrow from your conversations with the government. How critical is it to also upskill at a government level to actually cope up with this technology?
Thank you. Thanks for this panel. And I represent an organization called Kindle. I'm not sure, a lot of people have heard about this organization. We were part of IBM till about 4 years back, and we spun off. So we're the technology services part of IBM. We spun off in 2021, and we are a $15 billion organization listed in New York Stock Exchange, and we run mission critical environments. So by mission critical environments, we mean banking and financial services, airports. We run the Bangalore International Airport, the Noida International Airport. We work with a lot of manufacturing systems and public sector as well. So we run TaxNet 2.0. We recently been empaneled with Government of India to provide AI services, to build AI services. One of the 6 who got empaneled. So I think with that background, thanks for the opportunity. I think I think the core theme of the panel today is to look at, we already have DPIs who are providing services, and how is that bridge to intelligent DPI? How is that going to work? I think it's a systems transformation, but it's also a people transformation. So what we're looking at in terms of DPIs being more intelligent. I think one is we're looking at, right now, there are a lot of data being captured by DPIs. So if I look at the case of right now weather, there's a lot of data that is being captured by weather, how much it's going to rain, what is the temperature. But that's more, the system is generating responses. But I think the next level of intelligent DPIs is the system is going to predict, saying, look, if the weather is heading this way, it may not be a great time to crop paddy. I mean, if you look at right now, lakhs of hectares, right now is getting ready for paddy cultivation. But if you look at the weather pattern, right, it's not very suitable. So, and the system is going to predict, and the system is also going to say, look, at a certain time, or for instance, grids, right now we've got a peak electricity consumption. The system is going to predict what is going to be the electricity consumption in a particular state, in a particular district, and hence put together a problem statement rather than just, some IoT systems generating data. I think that's one. So I think to the question that you said is, what's the people transformation? I think as we look at this transformation, it's going to be a lot about people transformation as well. So at the first level, we got to democratize AI learning. I think across systems, we got to enable users to have some sort of AI literacy. It could be somebody, at a state level, at a district level, a welfare officer. He or she is using the system, and he or she is trained to use the system to look at, how to use this dashboard. And then if the dashboard is generating data which is not helping, if there is a gap, then the user can go back and say, look, these are the new use cases, and hence these are the outputs that I want. Second piece that I want to look at DPIs is cross-functional teams. I think moving forward, just specialization in one particular activity is not going to be sufficient. If you look at DPIs, we had architects, we had technologists, we had database administrators, we had operations people in the same team. We run something called a readiness survey. We have the readiness report. And I would encourage everybody, go to kindle.com, readiness report 2025, we did it 2020. We do this every year. So one of the key things that came out was, from a people perspective, if you look at cross-functional teams, it's going to be much more effective rather than having people work in silos. I think that's the second part. And the third part is, we've got to embed training into workflows. People are not going to be, going into trainings and then come back and say, look, now I'm trained on a particular AI use case. It's got to be embedded in workflows. So moving forward, a grievance redressal system. How decisions are made on the grievance redressal system right now, they are being made, but it's more about how AI is going to be used to come to a particular decision, and how different users of that system, they are trained to take decisions using AI. Thank you.
Mr. Das, let me borrow from that in terms of, these are some interesting roadmaps that we need to follow. From your conversations, you're of course a part of the Maharashtra task force as well. Tell us, what are some of these governance issues that you're contending with as a part of that task force?
It's always fun to be talking about them, right? First of all, thank you for having me here. I think one of the interesting things that I learned as part of the task force is that it almost starts at the top with the political will. Do I want to drive a certain amount of change? Do I want to bring AI as a headline, or do I want to implement it at the grassroots level? So our first set of conversations actually went down to the level of saying, can I do it at the Gram Panchayat level? And then somebody, like me walks in and starts being the naysayer and saying, do we have the kind of infrastructure and readiness to do it at that level, right? So if you think about the kind of initiatives you want, the kind of capabilities you need to bring, and what will it take to make it happen? So this is going back to some of the points just made about what does that cross-functional team look like? Who will drive that change, right? Can the state, for example, invest in very localized infrastructure, which then creates local communities? So for example, and these are very weird examples that just stay with me for a second. A state might be generating something like, not generating, but let's say through the college system, about 5 lakh, 10 lakh engineers through a few districts. Now, when we talk about AI engineers, quote unquote, you are talking about a set of base skills that they have through their education, but you want a B set of base skills, which is an absolute transformation from what their college was teaching. Because by the time they came out of the system, the world has changed. As a practitioner, my world changes every 3 months today, probably every week, if it is the case. So do I want to change the education curriculum a little bit? Do I want to create public-private partnership around what modules to teach? What public-facing modules? For example, there's an initiative called Aapale Sarkar in Maharashtra, right? Through which we drive a lot of these small tech pieces on the portal itself. But the downstream, the on-field implementation of some of those initiatives would look like, let's digitize a department. Let's take 5 sponsored districts and absolutely turn them into data machines, if you can. Okay, I have the data now flowing in. Do I have the compute infrastructure on top of it? Do I have the right vernacular infrastructure on top of it from an inferencing feedback loop perspective? And that takes me to a very interesting problem, which is discussed so far in many different ways, called trust and accountability. So one of the things that is easy to laugh off when you're engaging with ChatGPT is that this dude is hallucinating, right? Thoda sa galat jawab deta hai. Imagine the state versus citizenry interactions. Do you think you have the option of making a mistake in a response? You don't. Now, this tech beast called tester, which at one point in the technology company evolution used to be a low-paying job. Developers were paid more, testers were paid less. Now think about the AI universe. Suddenly you will find the need to have very qualified testers. The people who generate the feedback loop data, right? For that you need domain expertise, tech expertise, you need analytics, AI, data, everything in one mythical beast. Where will I find these people? Are there enough of them who can help me train these public goods model, if you will? So all of these are constraints around which you learn to work when you're part of the task force, and you start trying to figure out what the small, medium, large size initiatives need to look like, because to get capital allocation at that grander scale, you need to have a grand vision. But that grand vision needs to be broken down into 50 different sequential initiatives where you make small changes. We talked about the sachet side education at school level. Today, a 12-year, 15-year-old, 13-year-old can build fantastic applications in a school, in a small district, or in a village, because they can interact vernacular with an app, which has, let's say, a Claude plus L1 Labs or Sarvam or Bhashini kind of overlaid on top of it, right? When you see the voice notes example, add a little bit of complexity to it, and suddenly you have people in India not speaking one language, but we speak hybrid languages. Batata ka bhav kya hai? Kanda kitne rupees mein milega? Right? Now you understand when a Tamil-speaking person is talking about it, and a Tamilian in Chennai is different from a Tamilian in Coimbatore or some other place, because their context also starts to play. So India is fantastic that way. That we are 100 countries in one country. So that means there are 100 models in one country. There are 100 outposts, 100 inferences. So that's the nature of the discussion we have. So education, agri, industry, the money flow across all of this, those are the kind of ideas that we often talk about.
That's an interesting anecdote you gave us in terms of the vernacular differences that we have. At the AI Summit that Delhi hosted very recently, there was an interesting comment that was made, that was that the Hindi word acha could mean multiple things. It could mean that I'm good. It could also mean a question, acha. It could also be an exclamation. So these are aspects, challenges that I guess we'll have to contend with. But Mr. Singh, let me come to you in terms of taking AI at scale across to everyone. That is where your role comes in terms of digital public infrastructure. Tell us, in terms of connectivity, in terms of reach, do we need to double down? Because there are still vast pockets which either maybe don't have a phone. If they have a phone, maybe they don't have the internet connectivity on it. Or do we have to now work around it, leapfrog this, using some of these tech-enabled solutions?
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very good question. And first of all, thank you to CNBC-TV18 for having me here. And before I exactly answer your question, let me put myself why I'm here. So basically I'm slightly different than the kind of digital public infrastructure being discussed up till now. I represent the world's largest digital public infrastructure, which is physical in nature, which is called telecom towers and other on which the radios hang. And why I said we become the world's largest? Because India has shown that how, if the backbone is strong, on that the virtual highways can run. I recall my days in 2008 when India was the country who was taught in Harvard for the sharing concept of digital infrastructure. Since then, India is leading how fastest and how most technological advanced digital infrastructure can be ahead of the curve before the actual use cases come. This actually comes back to your question. It is not the problem that we have not ubiquitous coverage. It is, most of the panelists have discussed and elaborated the need of the use cases. Unless or until there is a use case, these monetizable use cases are must to have the ubiquitous coverage. Let me tell you one data point. I don't know whether if you can guess which state in the country is having the highest data uses. Can you guess? The state which Mr. Nishad was there. It is Uttar Pradesh. And it contributes roughly 16% of the total use cases. But think it of in a different direction. How many monetizable use cases are there? These data uses are for what? Seeing reels, seeing videos, playing video games, etc., etc. So unless there is a monetizable use case, this ubiquitous coverage will not make any sense. We talk of 5G, 4G to 5G to 6G. What is the difference between 4G, 5G, 6G? 4G was having 10 millisecond of latency. 5G is having 1 millisecond of latency. Now we all talk, including government talk, that we are moving ahead world first 6G. 6G has a 1 microsecond of latency. Where is the use case? The same state which is having the highest data uses, does it have any single use case of 6G? Then we say, no, ubiquitous coverage is not there. So ubiquitous coverage will definitely be there provided there is a use case. So this is what is very important. So I don't find there is any gap, but the foremost importance of today requirement is innovation of the use cases for public goods. If you really look, before I close this discussion of ubiquitous coverage, we all have been hearing since few hours that use cases of enterprise level provided by the government. We all have heard that whether UPI is sustainable, whether Aadhaar card providing is sustainable. Day before yesterday, we were hearing that we are going to have some transaction charges on the UPI because banks are finding it too much difficult to sustain. These are not the use cases to have ubiquitous coverage of 5G. Already is facing the challenge, and this challenge is going to multiply when the 6G is there. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
It's interesting. Speaking of use cases, Mr. Doshi, let me come to you. A lot of conversation with respect to AI integrating with DPI talks about how there has to be a cross-section interface, so to speak, between different sectors. So take, for example, health and finance needs to be brought together. Tell us, in your experience, any such cross-sections that excite you, that perhaps give you hope for opportunity in terms of scale?
Very interesting question. Actually, if you look at multi-sectoral, wherever DPI, which is the essential services bringing to citizens in a digital way, healthcare excites, agriculture excites, education excites, financial inclusion excites, and there are many more use cases that will keep building as we go into the depth of leveraging the technology. The inclusivity that AI brings in with an intelligence layer built on top of DPI is wonderful to look at. Look at an agri use case. A farmer who gets loan basis the environmental conditions, basis the produce that they have, on basis of what? Basis the consent that the farmer gives of the farmland, of their farmer ID, and the yield of the crop. It goes to the fertilizers, so the other industry also gets connected to it. Look at the healthcare environments that comes along with it. Given if there is a pandemic, in an environment, these data sets come very handy. And across this, as healthcare brings in the multitude aspect of doctors giving advice from multiple different regions, we have built actually some of these use cases across our assisted distribution platform as well, which brings the elements of identity services business integrated with some of these essential services. So very interesting use cases. There are also challenges along with it. In the last question that you asked in terms of the support, a strong support that government and ministries could provide to leverage this cross-sectional data is very, very important. Each of these ministries have very different mandates, and their mandates are restricted to certain conditions, and of course, legitimate use cases are built. So if the inference out of these data sets could be created in an intelligent manner and fed back into the systems over which this DPI rails come in, can create exciting opportunities for us to serve the country in a very, very differentiated manner. And what comes back to citizens, both from the governance and enterprises, and therefore the public-private partnerships, has an immense potential.
That's in fact my cue for my very next question to you, sir. When you talk of public-private partnerships, that's, as Mr. Doshi was pointing out, holds immense potential. It's yielded a lot of results for us as well. Is that the model to bet on, or are there other models that excite you, forms of partnership that can help take this journey forward?
I would definitely vouch for the PPP model because, you know, when we were doing this IUDX across cities in India, we've worked with many private players, big, small, the startups. Sure. Say, for example, we've actually implemented a use case of route optimization of solid waste trucks in Varanasi, right? And Hitachi came in, put in the money on the table and said, you know, I'm going to showpiece this as, you know, the result was a straightforward 30% reduction in the, you know, route optimization, wherein economically also the state actually found out that, yes, I have a reduction of 30%, right? So there are many players like that. We worked with NEC in Kalyan Dombivli and worked on the environmental sensors and shown what credibility it brings onto the table. And small players like Safety Pin, for example, it's a startup. And we brought in multiple data sets like street lights, camera in a street, and you know, they built an application on top of it to say how safe a particular street in Pune is or in Chennai is for elderly to move across or women to take that road, right? So any day the PPP is really good as long as we've been hearing about trust. So the trust in the system and trust to ensure that the data is safe, secure. Thank you.
We've talked about a lot of prerequisites, what's required, what from a governance standpoint, from a technology standpoint. Mr. Sheth, let me ask you for a roadmap in terms of if there was to be a rollout of integration, what would that look like to your mind?
So I think what DPI today has done is ensured that there is access enabled for everyone, right, with the current layers and building blocks. So that access is pretty much taken care of. And on top of it, by adding the conversational layer, ensuring that we are taking care of all the 22 languages and regional dialects, that access is further enhanced. So that's, I would say, the foundation is built. What will be next is that this access, how can you now take it to equal distribution? That was being referred by I think, Mr. Sahil also, that the future is right here, but it's not just equally distributed. So how can you ensure that there is equal distribution of this access? And what it means is that not just enabling the access, but from the current push mechanism, how can you also move towards a pull, or rather from the current pull mechanism, how can you move towards a push mechanism? And what I mean by that is that currently any kind of benefit, any kind of, I would say, direct payment, right? Someone who is eligible needs to ask for it. But can we move into a scenario where you need not ask for it. The moment someone is eligible, you have enough authentication, you have the consent in place, and those benefits can actually be provided, right? Be it to a farmer, be it to a mother who is eligible for some amount at the time of a childbirth. Maybe that individual, that mother is not even aware that there is certain benefits which she can prevail. But there will be a proactive push and inform that there is a certain amount which that mother can actually avail, but obviously before that you need to take the consent. But that awareness, how can it be enabled? So the push mechanism, and this is just one part of it, right? Just try to extrapolate, and this is where the AI and intelligence layer is coming into picture, where you are trying to identify who is eligible for which benefit and then pushing it. But then also try to position it in the finance scenario to a micro lending. Now everyone, and again I think earlier this point was discussed, that a lot of EMIs are monthly based. A lot of credit which is issued is basis the recurring income that you receive at the end of a month. But then there are so many vendors who potentially earn on a day-to-day basis. All the UPI data of their transaction, their incomes is actually available. Now can this data be actually provided to the micro lenders, and basis that they can really identify and issue on a need basis a particular micro lending, right? Which will actually empower, I would say, a lot of people, again, within India who today don't have access, because obviously the systems are designed in not that. So again, this is an example of push mechanism, that it's not just when someone is demanding it, but you are trying to identify when someone needs it and then pushing it. Similarly, now in the time of when there is a particular drought or particular situation where your crop potentially can be disturbed, right? Again, because of all the AI and the information which is being captured, you can identify which are the areas which potentially will be impacted. Can there will be a push mechanism of insurance? Can there will be, if it's certain pesticides which can ensure that they will avoid certain kind of a situation or damage to the crop? Sure. Can there be a push mechanism again to that particular farmer? And not just that, because you also have ONDC. You not just guide that a farmer needs to use a particular pesticide, but try to ensure that you also identify that which is the latest and the closest store available where the farmer can potentially purchase that pesticide. And when they are purchasing that pesticide, if they don't have the funding, again, go back to the micro credit lending. So how this is a holistic use case. It's not just information. You have to look at which are the scenarios and how can you actually ensure that all this digital public infrastructure is being used for the larger good for which it is intended.
Sure. Mr. Kakri, I want to get a sense. Very often we talk about how technology, the pace of it, outstrips the pace of regulation. We've seen that previously as well in previous technology cycles. We're seeing this now as well. The question I want to ask is, as Mr. Das was referring to earlier, that very often if a chat GPT hallucinates, we just laugh it off saying that, incorrect data. But the trust that the Indian public has reposed in the DPI means that there is no opportunity for laughing it off. Now, at a time when we're looking at AI deployment, how does regulation keep pace? How does a government official deal with that challenge?
Thank you. I think very important question, and this is especially in the context of DPI moving to intelligent infrastructure. I think what we're looking at moving forward is all the DPIs. Right now, all of us, we have all the users, essentially, they have a standard interface. What we are going to soon moving into is very personalized interfaces. So depending on usage, depending on the persona, depending on the context, all the DPIs would be personalized. What we're also looking at is moving forward, DPIs will start augmenting decision making. What essentially it means is they're going to look at the data of, let's say, a personal user, and they would say, look, by the way, you are doing so-and-so transactions. This is most likely a recommendation from our side. So a lot of DPIs will also start getting into decision augmentation. Now if you look at the pace of technology, it's always going to outpace regulation. So the question is not that we should slow it down so that the regulation catches up. What you mentioned, very important, is till now we were looking at systems. Now we're looking at data. Now we're looking at outputs of the systems, and hence we got to look at governance, which can very optimally and very continuously go along with the way system is evolving, rather than it being a standalone, once in a quarter, once in a year activity. So there needs to be continuous monitoring. Why? Because accuracy is very important. Along with accuracy, security of the systems is very important. In case there are instances of data leakage. Now, how do you find data leakage is happening? How do you find that prompt injection is happening when you're continuously monitoring the system on the go? And these are very, very important outputs. For instance, right now, if a department deploys a chatbot and there is a prompt injection and the chatbot starts giving out wrong feedback to the users, I mean, it's going to not just limit the impact to that particular DPI. The risk is going to travel to the ecosystem. So I think one is governance has to move from like a periodic, reactive governance to a very active, continuous monitoring. I think that's one. Second is, let's go back to look at, when we were developing DPIs, we had regulatory sandboxes. We had the live environments, but we had very practical sandboxes. And what the sandboxes did was it enabled DPIs to look at how would a DPI behave if it were to go live in a live environment. What would the constraints it would face? What would the new scenarios it would face? I think the similar regulatory, we had, RBI come up with sandboxes. Similarly, for each one of the domains, we need to develop sandboxes in order for regulation to actually deliver its intended objective. And I think that so the reality is it is not effective that the system, how well you are regulating the systems. I think the regulation has to move forward. It has to be governance on the go. It has to be continuous monitoring. And given the complexity at which the DPIs would be operating, I think the regulation, it has to be very adaptive. It has to be, the governance has to be very dynamic.
Mr. Das, same question to you. Regulation, trying to keep pace with the technology.
It's a difficult one because it goes back to the foundational question of what do you want the regulator to do? Their job is not to throttle innovation. Neither is their job to kind of say, go all out, do whatever you feel like. In almost all sectors, the regulator's job is to protect the end customer, the larger mass of people that they are supposed to serve. And the regulations, hence, are broadly designed as guardrails or directive instructions. Now, a few weeks back, there was this conversation around Mythos. I can broadly tell you, because of all the work we do in BFSI, that it sent a ripple of fear across the ecosystem, right? Because, for good reasons, with good intent, the regulator said, I want to understand what your cybersecurity policies are like. I want to understand, have you guys gone through Mythos? I want to understand if you know how to deal with it. What kind of vulnerability assessments have you guys done? They called for meetings where people from all the banks, etc., were called. Now, it's all a good intentioned conversation, but it sends, when a regulator sneezes, the industry catches fear, cold. So we have to be, the regulators always have to be careful about when they are trying to be very specific versus when they are trying to issue directional guidance, so to speak. And in the current times, in the AI frameworks that we are talking about, no regulator can afford to be, instantly reactive while they are expected to be instantly reactive. Meaning, Claude Fable was announced yesterday or 2 days back, I think. I think everyone expects you to, very clearly, black and white, tell them, am I supposed to use it or not? This is not a vulnerability patch we are pushing across the system. कि आपके Java XYZ version में there is a vulnerability that has been found. This is about driving adoption of innovation which is happening at a very crazy pace right now. And so the regulators, I feel for them in trying to keep pace with everything. I don't think there is a three-part responsibility here. As I mean, we often debate it in the industry circles. Clarity from regulator is always desirable and expected. Within the clarity provided by the regulator, all industry participants are supposed to apply a lot of pressure through innovation. A lot of the lending product innovation, banking product innovations that we talked about would not have happened if somebody was not ready to push the boundaries a little bit. We would still be in the 10-year-old model of lending, branch pe koi jata hai, koi field mein jata hai, and so on and so forth. But somebody pushed the boundaries. That's why we had video-enabled lending onboarding. Somebody will add an intelligent layer of it, so it will be unassisted. But almost across all of this, there will be guardrails, right? So somebody has to push the innovation. The third bucket, interestingly, in the AI era, will be the customer. Because what you want to, while building sovereign models and these capabilities, you also have to respect the sovereignty of the individual. The absolute control, ownership, and power over their own data is one of the foundational principles here. Which means transparency, which means the customer's right to come back to you and ask you more questions, and you responding at the speed of light, which will create more confusion maybe. So there are three parties who are constantly at loggerheads with each other. I want the fastest service, but I don't want fraud. I want you to give me UPI which operates like I press the button and things happen. But if something goes wrong, I want you to be accountable. And if you don't do that in the next 5 minutes, I want regulator to step in. And regulator will say, okay, innovation band kar dein kya? So it's a constant tussle. The speed at which we are learning, the speed at which we have to evolve, that puts an immense amount of pressure on everyone involved. But in the interest of 140 crores plus people that we have, I would expect that the regulators will continue to do what they have done, which is issue guidelines, draw guardrails, so that innovation does not go out of hand.
Mr. Singh, we're running out of time, so I'll come to you for a quick final comment. In terms of, at a functional level, what will it take for executing this? We're looking at large commitments towards data center capacity here in the country. We're looking at a very large build out. Is that what's going to make it work? Or will it be perhaps AI on the edge that will make this work?
So good question, and it is always very debatable whether a large scale data center will work or an edge data center will work. So I would put it up in a way that both are not competing to each other, both are complementing to each other. And from the perspective as well, when we are actually finding it is not a cyber threat, but a physical threat on the infrastructure, and the recent Iran war has shown us that what kind of challenges we can face if the centralized large-scale data centers are being hit. So that learning gives us that edge data centers could be a lifeline at that time when a crisis occurs. And also from the energy guzzling point of view, not all data required to travel to the centralized database. There are many requirements which are localized in nature, which require local transmission of data and only handshake once in a day or once in a periodic time. So in my mind, edge data center would be essential, not only complementing, and without edge data center, this large scale data center will definitely function, but it will be most inefficient way to operate. That is what my submission is.
We're completely out of time. I'll just come to each of our panelists for one quick thought, one recommendation, one suggestion that you would leave with the government for taking this journey forward, beginning with you, Mr. Doshi.
It's a very purposeful work that all of us together are doing, including us, government regulators. The thought process to serve the country, the citizens, is a big responsibility. That responsibility can be served well with these technology layers kept in mind and built together. and solving for problems. And we've been doing this with various initiatives that we have shown. We're building registries for the country at the largest scale, using AI to do deduplication of more than 500 crore records across these registries, to actually bringing on the table with an assisted model. Today, see, our country demographics are such that it requires assisted model to function. Not everybody, there's a digital divide still, which continues. Not everybody like us sitting in the room, जो अपने phone से सब कुछ कर लेंगे. They will need that assistance, and that assistance will continue to come in a broader and stronger way with AI and DPI layers coming together.
Mr. Sheth, your word of advice?
I think DPI has laid a very strong foundation. I always feel that what if there was also something called enterprise DPI, right, which will ensure that the kind of foundation and the building blocks that we are providing to every individual, if same or similar can be extended to an enterprise level. There are a lot of functions for an enterprise, for an entity, which might reap same or similar benefits. So I think that will be something interesting area to focus and invest upon.
Mr. Das?
A simpler one. I think similar to what we have done with UPI, the government, national and state levels, they just need to build the rails. So UPI, AI infrastructure investments, compute, data centers, etc., and bring down the cost of failure for innovators, if you can. Because I don't think we should burden the state with everything. कि आप ही इंफ्रा डालो, आप ही ट्रेन करो, आप ही मार्केट में लेके जाओ, जब सब प्रूव हो जाएगा तो उसके बाद हम आके पैसे कमाएं. No, there will be private capital available, but I think just laying down the foundational structure is very, very similar to UPI. If you could just get that democratized at scale, I will be, I'm expecting the kind of innovation that the world has not seen.
Mr. Singh.
Simple. We are from the business of sharing. So till the time sharing was limited to within the sector, now it is a time to expand the sharing beyond the sector into intersectoral. We have been approaching municipal corporations and other to offer our infrastructure for uses beyond telecom. And this is also the PMO drive, that single tower multiple use. So increase sharing. And it is actually going back to our old concept of what we call is Sanjha Chulha. यहीं से हम शुरू हुए थे, तो किचन एक ही हो, डिशेस मल्टीपल हो जाए तो बेटर रहेगा. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड सिग्निफिकेंट केस इज CCTVs. हमारे पे आइए, आपकी स्पीड 3x हो जाएगी, कॉस्ट 1/3 हो जाएगी, एंड वी विल हैव मच मोर फास्टर स्पीड फॉर एनी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टू रोल आउट. द आंसर इज sharing.
Mr. Kakria.
So I think if you look at DPI, three things stand out: trust, inclusion, and open structure, open architecture. Trust, we didn't left it to assumption, we'll build DPI and it'll be trusted. No. We made sure that wherever DPI is there, we intentionally built trust into it. And that's how population, that's how systems, that's how government, that's how different stakeholders, they started adopting it and they started owning it. So I think first is trust, very important as we now adopt AI. Second is inclusivity. We deliberately made DPI to be inclusive. There are certain sections of the society that have to be included in the technology journey. Now, as we moving to the next phase, inclusiveness becomes very, very critical. Otherwise, the bias will take over the system could take over to different place. Third is openness. Very important that the next phase doesn't become closed. We had a very open structure to DPI development. We had startups play a lot of role in DPIs. We had a lot of role of academia doing research with DPI. I think as we now adopt AI, openness becomes very, very critical so that different parts of economy, different parts of society, they can be benefited. Thank you.
And final word, Mr. Gautaman.
Yeah, I would actually take the thread from where he left. In very simple terms, just open up the vaults, make the data available, integratable, and interoperable. That's when you can have stronger DPIs, stronger AI, and whatnot. Just open up the vaults. Don't just keep it in lock and key. Make it accessible.
Well, this has been a fruitful discussion and perhaps a look into the crystal ball as to what the future may look like with DPI. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for sharing their thoughts and insights. Mr. Singh, Mr. Kakria, Mr. Gautaman, Mr. Doshi, Mr. Sheth, and Mr. Das. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think we can have a louder round of applause as we thank this stellar panel for what was a very, very riveting conversation. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, I think we need to give a huge round of applause to you, each one of you, because you've been such a fantastic audience so far. So thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. Without you, really, none of this would have been possible. Of course, a gentle and humble reminder to each one of you that this conversation and all these conversations, in fact, are being streamed live on the YouTube page of, or the YouTube channel of CNBC-TV18. And we, in fact, have a dedicated hashtag for this summit as well, which is hashtag India DPI Summit. So if you have any takeaways, the conversations that you're having, do not forget to use our dedicated hashtag. We, of course, would love to hear from each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to keep the conversations going. We want to keep the momentum going as we move forward as well. As India continues to expand the scope and even the impact of its digital public infrastructure, healthcare stands out as one of the most promising frontiers of this transformation. And really, at the heart of this transformation is the National Health Authority, or NHA, which really has played a very, very pivotal role in building the digital foundations that are really necessary today to reimagine healthcare delivery for a nation of over 1 billion people. And really to share insights on not just this journey, but also the road ahead, with a huge round of applause, join me in now welcoming our distinguished speaker for a very special keynote address, which is titled NHA's Role in Anchoring India's Digital Health Ecosystem. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our special keynote speaker, Kiran Gopal Vaska, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, ABDM, National Health Authority, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Welcome, sir. I think we can have a louder round of applause as we welcome him. Good evening, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that really warm welcome. I'd like to thank the organizers, Protean, CNBC-TV18, for giving us this opportunity to speak on this NHA's role in anchoring India's digital health ecosystem. I mean, having spent nearly 5 years now at NHA, almost from the day when the Ayushman Bharat digital mission went national till today, I think NHA's role has, gone into 3 distinct stages. Just to begin with, about what NHA is, for those who may not recall and sometimes also confuse it with NHAI. That happens, right? Yeah. Many of us, many of my colleagues asked, NHA mein hai kya tu? And another thing is, like, this is one unique organization that is in health, but actually is more tech-oriented than health-oriented. So again, I had to tell a lot of my friends that, that was early COVID, just last phase time. So there are news about COVID, oh, what is going to happen? I said, no, we don't deal with that. We actually don't deal with any of that health, directly with the health business. So the early days of the National Health Authority, especially with regard to the digital health ecosystem, started, in fact, much before even NHA came into being. The National Health Policy 2017 was when, for the first time, the government spoke about, or the government policy documents spoke about using technology to provide or to improve the way we provide healthcare to the vast number of citizens in our country. And that led to what we call the National Health Stack that Niti Aayog had built, that laid out a broad guideline or a broad framework of what this kind of health stack would look like, which is aligned with the larger India stack. Then came the Digital Health Blueprint, that actually clearly mentioned what are the different aspects of this health stack that need to be developed that can lay the foundation. And in fact, I was happy to hear one of the speakers saying, let government lay the rails and then innovation will happen. That is exactly what is the attempt and what is being done under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So the first phase of NHA's role in, we use the word fostering, we don't say we build, we say that we are only enabling it, and there are both the public and the private sector together who are trying to build this ecosystem. The initial role was actually to build this rails, the tech platform. I mean, what it would look like, the blueprint gave us an idea of what it should be like. Again, one of the speakers again mentioned about registries. We created the registries for the stakeholders, the citizens, the providers, that is the doctors, the nurses, the allied healthcare professionals, and then the facilities. So I keep telling everyone, because it was a very, ephemeral concept to tell somebody that, okay, there will be this whole digital health ecosystem where you'll be able to send your records from A to B. So we keep on using the UPI example, and I keep on using the email example, where I say that, look, you have an email ID, kiran@nic.gov, nic.in. That is my digital identity as far as email ecosystem is concerned. Similarly, the Ayushman Bharat health account or the health professional registry number or the health facility registry number are the digital identities that the stakeholders of the digital health ecosystem use to participate in the system. Then the gateways. So again, the idea was from paper, whatever was there in the digital health blueprint of this is how the architecture would look like. The phase one or the initial phase one of role of NHA was to make it actually happen, convert theory into actual running applications. So that was where these 3 registries were made. Then the 3 gateways, the Health Information Exchange, Consent Manager, that runs on the basic DEPA framework of Digital Empowerment Protection Architecture, where nothing moves from point A to point B without the consent of the data principal. That is the whole role of the Health Information Exchange. Then we also got inspired by UPI and said, okay, let's build UHI, the Unified Health Interface. You should be able to use an application that you like, and your provider, which could be a doctor, an ambulance provider, or a blood bank, should be using an application that they like. But still, you should be able to search for the service, book the service, avail it, and pay for it. And then lastly, health insurance. Without health insurance, I think this whole universe or the gamut of health services is incomplete. And the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana gave this impetus to develop, along with the support of the insurance regulator, what we call the National Health Exchange. So the initial phase was basically to build, rebuild, and come up with a version of this rails or the foundational architecture that can run at scale, at country scale. So today, I'd say we are at version 3 of this architecture, and we are currently, I can say very with confidence that the phase 1 of building this tech part has been done. Today, more than 90 crore citizens in the country have an Aadhaar number. The entire PMJY claims, including CGHS pensioner claims, CAPF claims, are passing through the National Health Claims Exchange. That is close to 70,000 to 80,000 claims every day. And then the Unified Health Interface also has now been able to develop use cases for physical consultation, teleconsultation, you can have ambulance search, blood bank search, and also searching for Janaushadhi Kendras. So now the tech has been built. The phase 1, that is the role of NHA vis-a-vis the anchoring India's digital health ecosystem, the phase 1 is done. The phase 2 was now, how do we now implement it? How do we now take it to the hospitals, individuals, labs, professionals to start using it? This is where larger adoption work started continuing, and this is where we took a lot of inspiration from ONDC, Protean, and other such entities to take digital public, because when we say, it was not like we said, we built a software, now everybody start using it. No, we said, no, we built something at the back end. Now you come and build, you either integrate what you have with us or build something that is aligned with us. We said, okay, these are the standards, these are the rules of the game, you come and now start integrating. That was the tricky part. But then this is where I should really appreciate the startup community, the private sector's innovation and private sector's resilience, where the private sector came forward and each type of entity, which could be a health information management system, a lab information management system, or it could be a app. I mean, we have 18 apps now which are called the personal health record app, where one can store their health data, and there are wonderful apps that are now using AI to provide reminders, provide nudges to keep one healthy. So the second phase was basically about how do you make this infra that you have built useful for the stakeholders. And this involved both getting the private sector on board and at the same time the public sector on board. Building capacity, telling what basically this whole digital health ecosystem is. Like I mentioned, it wasn't very easy to explain what it is. I mean, when I tell you that, okay, today you go to a hospital, you are getting a physical paper. In fact, instead you will get it on your phone. Next time you go to a doctor, instead of giving him that paper, you can actually share the digital record. I mean, it looks very, and moreover, unlike finance sector, especially something like, for example, UPI, this was not something you would otherwise use on a daily basis. I mean, how many of us want to fall sick? Or how many of us fall sick in a year? So you are actually visiting a hospital or a doctor maybe once, twice a year. Delhi aane ke baad thoda zyada ho jata hai. But the idea was spreading this word, explaining to people, building capacity at the government level, building capacity at the private sector level, and conducting large number of workshops to explain what the, I mean, many a times when I said FHIR, like, what is FHIR? So FHIR, F-H-I-R, Fast Healthcare Interoperable Resource. So explaining these concepts, explaining the whole idea of interoperability. I keep giving, in fact, many places I had to come and give this example saying, look, you are a crowd of 100, for example. If these rails did not exist, and if you wanted to speak to each other, if you wanted to connect with each other, then how many integrations would you have to do? Each one of you trying to integrate with each one else. So this is sigma n minus 1, right? If there are 100, you will have to do 100. First one will have to do 99 integrations with remaining 99 people. Second one will have to do with another 98 people, 100 plus 98 plus 97 and so on. With a common rail, all of you just come and connect once. Only 100 integrations, everybody is visible to everybody. So explaining these concepts and then taking this forward, and this is where we started what we called the Digital Health Incentive Scheme. Also, things like microsites, where we said, okay, let us try to develop small areas of excellence, small areas where we are trying to convert the, let's say a municipal corporation, we said we'll take 10 wards and convert every hospital, every lab in that into a digital system and try to get an ABHA created, HPR created, HFR created. So these were the efforts in terms of the last, I would say, 2-3 years to spread this idea. And to be very honest, few months back, I was just thinking, oh, 4 saal ho gaya. I mean, school mein you spend 10 years, BTech karne mein 4 saal, uske baad 5 saal yahan laga. This is the maximum time you have spent, in one place. I was just thinking, what is really happening with ABDM? So we just did a perception study. So we were very happy to see the result that from an initial stage of ABDM kya hota hai? Nobody knew. We have actually now moved to a stage where, acha, how do you integrate? We move to that stage. So this is where the phase 2. So from building the tech to raising that curiosity about this whole ecosystem was the second part. The last one, I think, was triggered by the events or the incidents happening in the AI world, where with the advent of AI, with the fact that we had started creating immense amount of data by virtue of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and also by virtue of the digital ecosystem under ABDM, we now had to start about thinking how do we now make use of this data? One of the speakers also talked about don't keep data to yourself, share it. So how do you build such systems and at the same time be ready for the next wave of change, the artificial intelligence, especially the Gen AI based change? And that is where the phase 3 of NHA's role in fostering the digital ecosystem began with the launch of SAHI, the strategy for AI in healthcare for India, where instead of going for saying, okay, we'll try to do a regulation or we try to bring about an act or something that is more rigid, we said, okay, we have the Digital Protection Act, we have various other provisions of the IT Act, but what we need is more a strategy and then build tactics around that strategy to make best use of this AI, especially the Gen AI wave, with respect to the digital ecosystem that we are creating. So the SAHI actually lays down 32 recommendations on how to make sure that there is trust and governance, data and infrastructure, capacity building. And this is very, very important. Capacity building is not just about making sure that we know or at the higher level people knowing what it is. It is about telling the doctors, it is about telling the frontline workers, plus making sure that our regulators like CEDESCO, there is this whole concept of software as a medical device. Until now, that software was very simple, straightforward. But now as AI solutions start coming in, how do you evaluate that software and make sure that it is safe to use? Make sure that it doesn't drift over time. How do you make sure that when you're certifying softwares, you have in fact, you even have the capacity to evaluate that software. So the third pillar of capacity. The fourth of evidence and innovation. This is where organizations like our academic organizations, the IITs, the IASCs, the AIIMS, our premier institutions, who are already doing cutting-edge research, how do we link whatever work is being done there and convert it into useful solutions both for public and private consumption? And the last one is about market enablement. Without market enablement, whatever we may do will not be ultimately become sustainable. Because it is only the private sector, it is only large-scale usage by the citizens that will make any initiative possible. So SAHI, the third phase, was basically to bring about this strategy and work on platform like Bodh to enable evaluation of AI-enabled technologies for further developing this ecosystem. For example, another speaker was mentioning about inclusivity and making sure that it works even in edge cases and even in remote areas. The idea is, how do you use this AI wave to make sure that the solutions that we make are useful? Something as simple as, or rather, it's not so simple, using speech-to-text conversion of creation of EHR so that the doctors are not, who are already burdened with so much work, don't have to sit down and do this while you are like thinking what my doctor is doing. So I think how the NHA's role has changed over time is evident of the fact of how India's, or rather the world's trajectory in technology, use of technology in healthcare has changed. Right from building something from very, very basic to making sure people understand what it is, and then moving on to the final, or the latest wave, or what you call the frontier of technology. Now, NHA is currently in the process of building secure data environments, so making sure our data is available for researchers, for private sector entities, and for anybody who wants to make use of the data to create new AI models or do some research. Use new technologies for auto adjudication. Use tools like speech to text, voice to text, and multilingual conversions through Bhashini for making sure that healthcare is delivered to people even in remote areas in their own language. And then ultimately bringing citizen to the center and empowering the citizen and the providers to make sure and to achieve that dream. Because the vision of the digital mission is to create a digital health ecosystem that supports universal health coverage by using an array of open interoperable systems. So basically, NHA, with the directions of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, under the direction of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, has moved from various phases of development of the tech part, enabling awareness, and moving on to the next stage. So I think this is, and I did not even mention DPI, right? This is the whole thing is built under the DPI framework. So I'd say the work of NHA is still evolving, and we are like continuously trying to improve. I mean, add to our roles and add to our capabilities to provide to enable this health system, digital health ecosystem to become more capable of providing better services. And in fact, I invite all of you to also try out the system, try to create your Aadhaar, try to download one of the PHR apps and see how you can actually look at your health data and how these innovative apps created by the private sector are actually going to help you. And one more last point I'd like to say, someone also mentioned there are so many silos and how do you bring them together? I think by building this open architecture, open systems, we are now being able to bring at least health financing and availing of health services in one place where you can actually have an app that can not only nudge you to do better, but can also integrate with the larger insurance ecosystem to make sure that you get a premium that you deserve. So with that, I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to talk about NHA's role, and look forward to interacting with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing those very, very valuable perspectives and for that stimulating session as well. Let's keep the momentum going as we move forward with the India DPI Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, as India extends its digital footprint abroad and pushes into new frontiers of financial technology, the questions today multiply. How do digital payments keep fueling inclusion and even innovation? What part will they play in economic resilience as well as growth? And how does India's payments infrastructure really go global while staying open as well as inclusive? To discuss this and a lot more, we're going to have our next panel and our next conversation, which is very aptly titled. It's called Public Digital Payments Infrastructure for Inclusion, Innovation and Global Scale. Moderating this session, let's welcome back CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh on stage. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Ritu back. I'd also like to take this opportunity to now keep the momentum going as we, of course, invite our stellar panelists on stage. With a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Gursharan Rai Bansal, CGM and CSMO, India Post Payment Bank. Also, let's welcome, with a huge round of applause, Deepak Agarwal, Head of Payments at PhonePe. Let's give the gentlemen a welcome as we welcome them on stage and thank them for taking out the time. Ritu, the floor is all yours.
To everyone, just checking. Okay. You know, India has built one of, again, to repeat myself, one of the most successful digital payment ecosystems. You know, it started as a way to make payments easier, and now you have a tool which is so powerful, you know, for inclusion, for innovation, and for economic participation as well. So today we're going to discuss what has made this transformation possible and the impact that this has had on millions of Indians and what the next chapter of growth really looks like. So, gentlemen, thanks very much again for being with us here. Deep, let me start with you because we keep harping on UPI as this biggest success story for India when it comes to DPI. We're processing half of the world's payments through UPI, 23 billion monthly, and 10 billion of them from PhonePe alone. That's, you know, that's 350 million or so on a daily basis. Correct me if the number is even larger than you've disclosed to us so far, because I have lagged data.
That's public data, so
it comes with a lag. It comes with a lag. We only have data until a month before. But Deep, I mean, tell us about the kind of responsibility that puts on your shoulders. I mean, you're handling more than almost, you know, a third or more of all of the UPI payments that are happening in this room, that are happening in this country. How are you shouldering that responsibility? And, you know, tell us what you make of it to begin with.
First of all, thank you, everybody, and thank you, CNBC and Protean, for having me here. So I'll actually start with saying that we accept this responsibility very, very humbly. The thing which keeps us driving and keeps us going is the fact that while all of us talk about these as a transaction, a number of customers, right? For all of us, these are numbers, millions of customers, billions of transactions. But finally, it is about somebody earning their livelihood, somebody sending money to somebody back home. And that is what keeps us going. With that as the core tenet with which we operate, what we've always focused on is ensuring reliable availability of systems. In order to do that, we have moved from a single bank partnership back in the day to multiple bank partners. We have multiple backup systems. But all of this, while we talk about all of this, our architecture, the core architecture, which processes all of these transactions even today, is the same architecture which we built back in 2016. The core is the same, which means that we believe that we will probably somehow process so many transactions at some point.
So are you admitting NPCI has remained the biggest innovator? You're still building on top of that.
So we are
it's the most innovative fintech in India.
I would say so, actually. I think what NPCI has achieved is phenomenal, and we've been India first. We've been UPI first, and I think that's played out well overall.
Well, it absolutely has. Mr. Rai, let me come to you. You know, India Post Payments Bank, I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say you probably have the deepest physical reach of anyone when we talk about financial services in India. If you could give us a sense from your vantage point, how the spread of digital payments, digital infrastructure has changed the lives of millions, especially those that were previously unbanked.
Correct. Actually, you know, the basic idea behind, you know, launching the India Post Payments Bank, you know, when initially the Department of Post, when they applied for a license, you know, the government thought of, you know, they set up a Nachiket More committee, and the India Post Payment Bank came in as a differentiated bank. The idea itself was born at that time.
One of the last few that still remains.
Yeah. and the idea was to basically, you know, make the physical infrastructure which is available, which is through the Department of Post, which happens to be the second largest, you know, the employer in India after railways, and you know, and having a reach of 1,64,000, you know, physical access points across the country, right? And to make those postmen or Gramin Dak Sevaks as the bankers, right? Now, the idea and the way the bank has moved is typically, you know, using the DPI rails, which is the Aadhaar, the identity, and the technology which is there, which we developed to onboard millions of customers. Today, we are the fastest growing bank, and we have already onboarded 13.5 crore customers, but not even a single paper signed, you know. And that is what we have revolutionized.
Well, a round of applause for that. Yeah. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that's some feat for a country like India with its massively underbanked population, of course.
Yes, exactly. And what has happened over there is that, you know, the basic premise on the basis of which we have, scaled up is on the, on the basis of being economical, being frugal, being reliable, being trustworthy, being fast, and also, the fact that, the customer has got a physical touch point. So basically, it's driven by technology, but it is delivered by the postman, right? Yeah. So as some of the speaker earlier also said that, we do need the physical touch at the rural area and the farthest corners of India where, a woman, small marginal farmer or a small merchant or a labor or a migrant labor, they do not know technology. There is a digital divide and there is a literacy divide. And those people need the trust of being able to approach somebody, being able to talk to somebody in case their money gets stuck or in case they are not able to operate the bank. So today you'll be really happy, and this is, the revolution of the DPI which has happened. How it has happened? our bank, we launched the bank on 1st of September 2018. It was launched by Modi. And after that, till 2022, we had opened almost 3 crore accounts. But almost 40 to 50% of those accounts were inactive because we had opened the account, but the people were not transacting. And in 2022, when we launched UPI, suddenly the bank accounts, they became transacting. Today, the accounts that we are opening are almost 75 to 80% are active and they've started transacting. And, also, just to bring in a case in point, PhonePe के some of the biggest beneficiary banks in the rural areas, जो इनके merchants और ये लोग खोलते हैं, उसके biggest beneficiary banks are India Post Payments Bank. So we are working in a close.
I can absolutely attest to that. We've seen phenomenal growth with India Post Payments Bank.
Speaking of growth, UPI is already, we've spoken about it enough probably, today and how it's grown so fast and the massive base it's built, and yet it continues to grow 20-30% month on month. One, what do you think is enabling that to still continue at the pace that it is? And two, how do we get to the next 500 billion now that we've solved the challenge for the first half?
So I'll actually talk a little about why or how it got here. I think that maybe is useful, right? Back in 2016, when UPI started, the only way to make digital mobile payments was essentially wallets. As a user, you could use your wallet only on the merchants where the same wallet provider had gone and onboarded the merchant. So there wasn't interoperability. And that's what UPI solved first. Second, it was an open protocol. And it allowed apps like ourselves, players like ourselves to participate and provide user experience which we felt was intuitive and simple. That coupled with a lot of external factors. There was demonetization in 2016, immediately after UPI launched. There was, in 2020, a big catalyst was the COVID lockdown, which actually moved the fence setters to start adopting UPI. And the third one was a zero MDR sort of a regime. We'll talk about that. But I think all of these served as external catalysts, and that is how it reached where it is.
Because you're saying the growth of UPI is a factor of what happened in the external environment, but not really what the infrastructure was doing. And you also brought up MDR. I wanted to pose that question to you in the absence of another demonetization, another COVID, without the incentive, the economic incentive, which is in the form of MDR. Do you think the infrastructure can sustain this kind of a growth going ahead?
I think, it is obviously challenging. The market economics are typically expected in any open economy, especially if you're talking about an open interoperable platform, right? I know you spoke with Dr. Foucault earlier about this. We're really hoping that the government is able to enable the players to have a self-sustainable economic structure as we move forward. Investing in infrastructure, not just tech, but actually putting people on ground to go and acquire merchants, educate them, service them. Or educate consumers, create large-scale marketing campaigns. It requires a lot of investment. And while we have, say, 500 odd million on UPI by now, approximately, I think there's at least a 500 million more to go. And we're trying to see how we obviously continue to invest in it through various products. We continue to partner with NPCI, with the Reserve Bank of India. But we will need some answer to this soon.
Mr. Rai, we often focus on these numbers. We've achieved 500 million, new users. We've got to 23 billion transactions. We're, the largest payment system. We're the envy of the world. But beyond these values and numbers and metrics, just lay out for our audience in terms of real-world cases you've seen as to how the penetration of digital finance, how that's improving the life of those at the margins.
Exactly. I would say that, taking the account to a, last mile, person or end user in the village or in the rural areas, even in the urban, small societies or the shanties and all, that account opening is easy. Like, for example, Jan Dhan account got opened, and today I would say accounts have reached almost to 98.5% of the bankable population, and that is what is the India's proud achievement. But how many of them are using it, right? So that is a solution which has come in from some of the, public infrastructure, DPI, and some of the capabilities that have been developed through innovation, through the applications, through the REACH program, through the financial literacy, the programs that we are conducting, and the touch points that we have created in the far reaches of India, which, as Deepak has also been mentioning, that they are sending across the physical sales force to the deepest corners of India to open and acquire merchants, enable them, train them, and also to educate them how to accept payments, etc., open their apps, and do some trial transactions as well. So similar work is being done by the postman as well. He's once, and it involves costs, it involves a lot of training, it involves a lot of effort from our sales teams, our, Department of Post hierarchy, to push them, to, give them directions, to also drive them, and also, give them incentives, give them certain, suggestions, organize camps, take help from NABARD and IPF Authority, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, who are, giving us certain, funds to organize camps as well. So those kind of activities are happening, and therefore that is why the population, or the people who are moving the next step in terms of financial inclusion. Using the account is also equally important rather than only acquiring the account.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That brings me to the final question then, as we have to wrap. Deep, now that we've sort of solved for the problem of access, especially with the Jan Dhan accounts, what is the next big step in financial inclusion, and how is technology enabling you to achieve it?
So I'll actually tie this to what India's ambition is, and Mr. Modi has talked about that. We are at a 4 trillion economy now.
Almost.
4 trillion.
Give or take.
Yeah.
We want to be a 7 trillion by 2030. To reach that, so I think we've been able to use, I think UPI today essentially helps transfer most of the transactions, right? I was just checking some numbers, about 3.2 trillion USD was processed through UPI last year.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's, I mean, it's not like to like, but it's technically 80% of our GDP. To actually go to the next level, if you take some example from some of the other economies, it has to be driven by a lot of credit penetration. And with UPI's presence, we're starting to see early green shoots of it.
Yeah.
We're starting to see SME lending becoming really, really easy.
Yeah.
Merchants who were earlier accepting payments via cash, they're now coming in the formal economy. Lenders are absolutely happy to give working capital loans to them.
Yeah.
We're seeing consumers starting to adopt products like, say, credit on UPI, which is now actually starting a lot of, catching a lot of fire. So I think credit is going to be that real big theme as we kind of take on this audacious goal of getting to the 7 trillion economy.
Well, on that hopeful note, gentlemen, thanks very much. Mr. Rai, you wanted to add a closing comment?
So I would also like to add that, as mentioned by my co-panelists, the transactions or the payments coming into the digital stream has left a digital trail, and therefore it enables the customers and also the suppliers or the manufacturers to offer so many services, including credit, including insurance, including, DBT, for example, has happened only and only because of the Aadhaar seeding and the various, the account opening and the digital, the processes that we follow in terms of Aadhaar seeding, etc., AEPS, and so many other things that can be provided because of the digital enablement and the cost effectiveness as well as the reach.
No doubt about it. You've given us plenty to think about. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Out of time now, out of questions, but appreciate your time here again. And thank you both for joining us here. And thank you all for listening in. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. That conversation was, of course, enriching and a lot of insights for us to take home as well. Ritu, thank you for moderating that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to keep the momentum going and we're going to move forward with a very key conversation that's going to come up next. Throughout today and throughout the evening, one truth has kept resurfacing time and again, which is the success of digital public infrastructure and the fact that it lies not in building platforms, but in fact in turning those platforms into real outcomes for real people. Faster growth, better governance, sharper service delivery, and opportunity at scale. And what better example, ladies and gentlemen, than the state of Uttar Pradesh, which has used technology and even digital governance to drive efficiency, improve citizen services, attract investment, and power its broader economic ambitions as well. To really explore that journey and, of course, understand the role of technology in shaping the state's future, we have a very special fireside conversation that's going to come up on stage. It's called the Uttar Pradesh Model, Turning Digital Transformation into Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, moderating this conversation, we have Sheenam Sharma from News 18 India. And with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Shri Sunil Kumar Sharma, Cabinet Minister, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome sir on stage, please.
बहुत स्वागत है आपका सुनील कुमार शर्मा जी। सबसे पहला शुरुआत जब मैं करूंगी सवाल की, सबसे पहले डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर, पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं लगातार चर्चा हो रही है, लगातार इस पर बात हो रही है और आज के वक्त में जरूरी भी हो गया है। देश लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है, पीएम मोदी के 12 साल पूरे हो गए हैं और एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का इसमें रहा है, नो डाउट। लेकिन अभी उत्तर प्रदेश के लिहाज से मैं आपसे बात करना चाहूंगी खासतौर पर, पिछले कुछ सालों में आप किस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश को आपने डिजिटली बदलते हुए देखा है और किस तरह से आप एक्सप्लेन करेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कितना काम डीपीआई के क्षेत्र में हो चुका है?
माननीय मोदी जी के 12 वर्ष होने पर आज पूरा देश और सभी देश के नागरिक जो है बहुत ही उत्साहित भी हैं, प्रसन्नचित्त भी हैं और प्रभु से प्रार्थना भी कर रहे हैं। मैं देख रहा था कि सब लोग मंदिरों में गए, प्रार्थनाएं की कि मोदी जी स्वस्थ रहें और देश को लंबे समय तक मार्गदर्शन दें। उत्तर प्रदेश के विषय में मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि 2017 में उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार बनी, जिसका नेतृत्व आदरणीय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने किया। और जब हमारी सरकार आई तो उत्तर प्रदेश भारत का पिछड़ा बीमारू प्रदेश था, एक आपराधिक प्रदेश के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश की बड़ा मुश्किल था वहाँ किसी भी काम को खड़ा करना। लेकिन योगी जी के आने के बाद सबसे पहले अपराधीकरण का खात्मा किया, एक अपने आप में उत्तर प्रदेश मॉडल बना के अपराधियों से कैसे निपटा जाता है और अपराधियों को कैसे निपटाया जाता है। अगर किसी भी को भी ट्रेनिंग लेनी हो तो यूपी में आकर के ले। अब तब हम आगे बढ़े, विकास के सारे आयाम हमने छुए। इन्वेस्टमेंट आज उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत बड़ी तादाद में आ रहा है, बहुत बड़ी कंपनियां उत्तर प्रदेश में आ रही। मैं थोड़ा सा आपको बताऊं, डिजिटल पे मैं आऊंगा कि आज जितना भारत में मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है उसका 55% मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूपी में हो रहा है। जितने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंपोनेंट पूरे इंडिया में बनते हैं उसका 60% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आज यूपी में। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, फॉक्सकॉन, सिफी, जितनी बड़ी कंपनियां जो ब्रांड नेम है वो सब यूपी में आकर के अपना काम कर रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जहां तक डिजिटल का मैं कहूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने डिजिटल गवर्नेंस दी है और निचले स्तर तक। मैं अभी 2 दिन पहले ही माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने प्रोजेक्ट गंगा शुरू किया।
जी, उसका ही मैं जिक्र करना चाह रही थी कि हाई स्पीड ब्रॉडबैंड
हमारा लक्ष्य है। अभी शुरुआत की है, एक ग्रुप के साथ हमने एमओयू किया है, बाकी को भी हम इनवाइट करेंगे और अवसर
इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा आप एक्सप्लेन करना चाहेंगे कि कैसे ये काम होगा, क्योंकि अभी भी रूरल एरियाज ऐसे हैं, बहुत सारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र जहां पर अभी तक नहीं पहुंच पाती है डिजिटल रूप से सेवा।
डिजिटल से बताया ना कि प्रत्येक गांव में सीएम युवा योजना के अंतर्गत जो एक डीएसपी ये लोग बनाएंगे, उसको सरकार विदाउट गारंटी, विदाउट इंटरेस्ट 5 लाख रुपए का लोन देगी। गांव के एक रोज 50% इसमें हमने महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित किया, 50% महिलाएं रहेंगी और उस एक नौजवान को रोजगार मिलेगा जो आगे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देगा। इससे गांव में एक रोजगार भी विकसित होगा। और आप जरा सोचिएगा, 57,700 गांव तक हम इसको ले जाएंगे। ये हमारे योगी जी ने कहा है और उन्होंने कहा तो होकर के रहेगा। ये पहली शुरुआत है और उत्तर प्रदेश पहला प्रदेश होगा, मैं कह सकता हूं, जिसके हर गांव को ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी। अभी तक कहीं नहीं है। तो इससे बड़ा मैं कह सकता हूं कि कोई शायद दूसरा मिशन नहीं हो सकता। एआई मिशन भी हमारा है, उत्तर प्रदेश एआई मिशन। उसमें हमने अभी 60 आईटीआई और 20 सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस को चयनित किया है, जहां हम एआई लैब एस्टेब्लिश कर रहे हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त एआई प्रज्ञा का कार्यक्रम हमने चलाया है, जिसमें 10 लाख कुछ विद्यार्थी हैं, कुछ सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं, उनको एआई की ट्रेनिंग हम एआई प्रज्ञा मिशन के अंतर्गत हम लोग दे रहे हैं। तो हम तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का कहना है कि एआई हमें स्कूल तक ले जाना है और हम बहुत जल्दी ले जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल, ये हम भी यही उम्मीद करते हैं। अच्छा, प्रोजेक्ट गंगा की तो हमने बात की, लेकिन अभी भी डिजिटल साक्षरता ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों तक नहीं पहुंची है। उसके बारे में भी आपने बताया कि काफी गांव तक इसको पहुंचाने की बात है।
अभी हम डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, हम पंचायत विभाग के द्वारा गांव में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी भी दे रहे हैं। हमने प्राइमरी स्कूल्स को स्मार्ट क्लासेस दे रहे हैं। अब आप कल्पना करें, जब गांव का स्कूल की क्लासेस स्मार्ट होंगी, गांव के ग्राम सचिवालय में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी होगी, तो फिर तो मैं समझता हूं कि गांव में कोई बालक जो है ऐसा होगा नहीं जो डिजिटल।
बिल्कुल, और भारत का डीपीआई इस वक्त इतना स्ट्रांग हो चुका है ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कि हम सबकी देखते हैं, डिजिटल पहचान बन चुकी है, आधार कार्ड सबके पास है और ऑनलाइन ये डिजिटल पहचान बन चुकी है। तो उत्तर प्रदेश में खासतौर पर क्या किया जा रहा है कि लोग फर्जी तरीके से, क्योंकि अभी भी हमने देखा सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स होते हैं, उनके साथ आधार कार्ड कनेक्टेड नहीं होता, लोग फेक आईडीज बना लेते हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो क्या इस पर भी काम किया जा सकता है फ्यूचर में, ताकि डिजिटली जो हमारी पहचान है वो सब तक पहुंचे?
हम अभी हमने काम कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारे डेटा सेंटर है उनको सिक्योर्ड कर रहे हैं। यूपी गवर्नमेंट का डेटा सेंटर, उसको टियर 4 बना रहे हैं, उसके लिए बजट स्वीकृत किया है। सिक्योर्ड डाटा सेंटर होंगे उत्तर प्रदेश का। और जो आपने विषय बताया, इस पर भी हम लोग काम करेंगे, आगे बढ़े।
बिल्कुल, और डेटा सेंटर्स का आपने जिक्र किया, तो डेटा की प्राइवेसी भी उतनी ही ज्यादा मैटर करती है। आजकल डिजी लॉकर में सब लोग अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स रख लेते हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो इसके लिए खासतौर पर साइबर क्राइम ना बढ़े, इसके लिए खासतौर पर क्या किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि आपका डेटा सुरक्षित रहे, अगर ऑनलाइन भी है तब भी?
देखिएगा, साइबर क्राइम ना बढ़े इसके लिए हमारी साइबर सेल है, यूपी पुलिस की साइबर सेल अलग है, वो भी काम कर रहे हैं। हर जिले में अब हमने साइबर थाना दिया है, अब उसको और हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, उसको कंट्रोल किया जाए। दूसरा, डिजिटली हमने बताया कि हम अपने डेटा सेंटर को सिक्योर कर रहे हैं, सॉफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजी से हम उसको जो है हम डेटा सेंटर बनाएंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे। बाकी
डिजिटल फ्रॉड से मेरा मतलब साइबर फ्रॉड के साथ साथ डिजिटल फ्रॉड, जो पेमेंट्स में फ्रॉड होता है, इस तरह की चीजों को रोकने के लिए मेरा मतलब था उससे, क्योंकि डीपीआई का एक बहुत बड़ा पार्ट है यूपीआई। तो यूपीआई के थ्रू जब हम पेमेंट्स करते हैं तो उसमें कई बार लोगों के साथ फ्रॉड होता है और आए दिन हम ये खबरें सुनते हैं, न्यूज चैनल्स पे भी चलती हैं, आप सुनते होंगे। तो उसके लिए खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश अगर किसी तरह से फोकस कर रहा है, क्योंकि देश में एक अग्रणी राज्य है उत्तर प्रदेश डीपीआई के मामले में।
मैं आंकड़े नहीं लेकर के आया हूँ, क्योंकि ये विषय मेरे विभाग का कम, पुलिस विभाग का ज्यादा है।
जी।
लेकिन मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि हमारी मैक्सिमम रिकवरी उत्तर प्रदेश में यूपीआई नंबर 1 है और अगर इस तरह के कोई फ्रॉड है तो उनकी पुलिस की रिकवरी सर्वाधिक है। हम उनको जो इस तरह के फ्रॉड कर रहे हैं उनको पकड़ भी रहे हैं, पैसा भी वापस ले रहे हैं। उसका चूंकि मेरा संबंध नहीं है सीधा उससे, अन्यथा मैं डेटा आपको बता देता।
अच्छा, बहुत सारे लोग गांव वाले एरियाज में कुछ ऐसे भी हैं जिनके पास मोबाइल फोन अभी तक नहीं है, कुछ उन लोगों के लिए भी, ताकि डिजिटली हम इतना स्ट्रांग पिछले कुछ सालों में हुए हैं, क्योंकि पीएम मोदी का ये जो मिशन है लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है, खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश पर फोकस करते हुए, अगर आप इसके बारे में बताना चाहें।
आपका क्या कहना है, सभी के पास मोबाइल हो?
क्योंकि अभी भी हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोगों का ये रिप्लाई होता है कि हम मोबाइल के थ्रू पेमेंट्स नहीं कर पाते। साक्षरता कैसे बढ़े, मतलब कि उनको एजुकेशन कैसे मिले? गाँव के कुछ लोगों को अभी भी एजुकेशन नहीं है इस बारे में।
मैंने आपको अभी बताया था,
उसके लिए
हम डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी गांव में बना रहे हैं, हर ग्राम सचिवालय में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी दे रहे हैं, तो साक्षरता डिजिटल होगी।
और अगले 5 सालों में
वैसे मैं आपको बताऊं कि कुछ प्राकृतिक भी होता है। आजकल हम देखते हैं, आप भी देखते हैं, जो बहुत छोटे बच्चे हैं, इनोसेंट हैं, वो भी मोबाइल ऑपरेट कर लेते हैं।
आने वाले देखो जेनजी अल्फा जो ये पीढ़ियां हैं, इनके बारे में तो हम कह ही नहीं सकते, वो तो ऑलरेडी ही आपको एडवांस मिलेंगे, लेकिन जो थोड़ा पहले के लोग हैं उनके बारे में।
नहीं, उसके लिए हम बता रहे डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी हम गाँव में बना रहे हैं।
ठीक है, अगले 5 सालों के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश का क्या आपका रोड मैप है, डीपीआई के ही मामले में खासतौर पर अगर मैं बात करूं, या फिर आप ओवरऑल उत्तर प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट क्या कर रही है इसके लिए, वो भी बता सकते हैं?
देखिएगा, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार अभी हम AICT लखनऊ में बना रहे हैं, डेटा सेंटर क्लस्टर हमको बनाने हैं, लेकिन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की भी हमने तय किया है कि हम इसको NCR से बाहर लेकर के जाएंगे। हम NCR जो बड़े शहर हैं उनसे हट करके Tier 2 और Tier 3 सिटी में हम इसको ले जाने का हमारा योजना है, ताकि वहां तक जाए। स्टार्टअप के मामले में मैं बताऊं, अभी 17,000 स्टार्टअप हमारे यहाँ रजिस्टर्ड हैं यूपी में, और स्टार्टअप मिशन हम अलग से बना रहे हैं, स्टार्टअप मिशन डायरेक्टरेट अलग बना रहे हैं, जिसमें उस ब्यूरोक्रेसी से हट करके उसी फील्ड के लोग होंगे स्टार्टअप मिशन डायरेक्टरेट में, और ताकि उसमें लोगों को आगे बढ़ सके। और आज हम जब देखते हैं कि स्टार्टअप में आप देखेंगे कि मैक्सिमम परसेंटेज जो है वो IT और AI पर काम करने वाले स्टार्टअप्स की है, तो उन सबको बढ़ावा देने का काम यूपी सरकार कर रही है। नई स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी हम ला रहे हैं बहुत जल्दी।
स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी लेकर आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारी योजनाएं भी आ रही हैं। हम डे बाय डे देखते हैं कि हर बार कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा किया जाता है ताकि आम नागरिक जो हैं उन तक वो योजना पहुंचे। लेकिन ई-गवर्नेंस की मैं बात करूंगी कि वो योजनाएं जो सरकार लेकर आती है, कोई एक, वैसे तो गवर्नमेंट का पोर्टल है इसको लेकर ऑलरेडी, सरकारी योजनाओं को लेकर, लेकिन क्या किसी ऐसे पोर्टल पर भी विचार किया जा रहा है जहां पर आपको तमाम जानकारियां, चाहे वो सब्सिडी से जुड़ी हो या फिर अपडेट्स मिलते रहें? क्या इस तरह के पोर्टल पर भी विचार किया जा रहा है?
अभी हम ई-गवर्नेंस को बहुत विस्तार देने वाले हैं। अब वो काम बढ़ रहा है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि हर गांव को ब्रॉडबैंड सिम जोड़ने का है। अभी हमने एक योजना, हमारा स्वान है स्टेट वाइड एरिया नेटवर्क, अभी तक वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर तक था, हमने 2 फेज में हम उसको लेकर के आ रहे हैं, और दोनों फेज में हमारा अंतिम लक्ष्य है कि 57,700 ग्राम पंचायत के जो ग्राम सचिवालय हैं, उस ग्राम सचिवालय को मुख्यमंत्री के सचिवालय से हम कनेक्ट करें। एक नेटवर्क पर पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश को लाने की हम लोगों ने योजना बनाई है, उस पर हम आगे काम करें।
आने वाले चुनावों के लिहाज से अगर मैं बात कर लूं, थोड़ा सा डिस्कशन कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि 2027 में चुनाव हैं, तो गहमा गहमी शुरू हो गई है। हम देख रहे हैं आरोप प्रत्यारोप भी शुरू हो गए हैं। डीपीआई से हटकर अगर थोड़ा सा हम बात करें, तो क्या तैयारी में जुट चुकी है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, या फिर ऑल टाइम हम देखते हैं कि इलेक्शन मोड में रहती है बीजेपी?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी, माननीय मोदी जी ने जो एक इस देश को राजनीतिक वर्क कल्चर दी है, और जो उससे पहले पिछले कई वर्षों से चली आ रही थी, उसको बिल्कुल बदला। पॉलिटिकल वर्कर्स का क्या काम होना चाहिए, उसकी सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी क्या होनी चाहिए, वो उस दिशा को ही बदल दिया है। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता वो सामाजिक और जन कल्याण के कार्यों में दिन रात भागीदार रहता। उसे चिंता नहीं है कि इलेक्शन कब होगा। इलेक्शन में कहते कल हो जाओ, बाद हो जाओ, हम तैयार हैं। हमें चुनाव की तैयारी नहीं करनी।
मतलब जोश हमेशा हाई रहता है।
दो तरह के विद्यार्थी होते हैं, एक होता है जो रेगुलर क्लास अटेंड करता है, रोज होमवर्क करता है और अपना जाकर के पढ़ता है, अपना पूरा सिलेबस तैयार रहता है, उसे परीक्षा की चिंता नहीं होती। और जो साल भर बंक मारता है, तो इलेक्शन की चिंता इन बंक मारने वालों को, हम तो पूरे रेगुलर उसका अध्ययन करते हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो उत्तर प्रदेश लगातार उत्तम प्रदेश बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है और इसी का पार्ट है
देखिए,
डीपीआई।
उत्तम प्रदेश बनेगा। आज उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं कहता हूं, जो अपराधियों की नगरी था, आज वो जो वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन माफिया का स्टेट था। योगी जी के आने से पहले उत्तर प्रदेश वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन माफिया था, माफियाओं का राज था, अपराधियों पर फिल्म बनती थी। मेरे गाजियाबाद जिले के अपराध पर फिल्म बनी थी। आज मेरा गाजियाबाद जिला एजुकेशन का हब है।
बिल्कुल,
वहाँ तमाम इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज, मेडिकल कॉलेज और इतने कॉलेज हैं कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे वहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं। वहाँ कोई आता नहीं था। जहाँ वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन माफिया था, आज वहाँ वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट है। हर प्रदेश में, प्रदेश के हर जिले में एक स्थानीय उत्पाद है जो वहाँ परंपरागत रूप से लोग बनाते, और वो उत्पाद धीरे 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 उनको संरक्षण न मिलने के कारण वो खत्म हो गए थे। योगी जी ने उसको आगे बढ़ाया, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट की स्कीम लाए। जैसे मैं कहूँ, गाजियाबाद में डीजल इंजन, सहारनपुर में लकड़ी का काम होता है, अलीगढ़ में ताले बनते हैं, मुरादाबाद में पीतल बनता है, कन्नौज में इत्र बनता है, भदोई में कालीन बनते हैं, बनारस में साड़ियाँ। तो हर जिले में एक है जिसको चिन्हित किया, जिसको प्रोटेक्ट किया, जिसको प्रमोट किया। और आज नतीजा ये है कि जो उद्योग, लोकल उद्योग मर गया था, वो लोकल आज लोग अच्छा व्यवसाय कर रहे हैं और डॉलर्स में बिजनेस कर रहे हैं जी। आज वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट है, आज वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन मेडिकल कॉलेज है, आज वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन यूनिवर्सिटी। उत्तर प्रदेश की तस्वीर बदली। जो बीमारू प्रदेश था, आज वो उत्तम प्रदेश विकास का ग्रोथ इंजन बना है।
बिल्कुल, विकास का ग्रोथ इंजन बना
मैं सूक्ष्म शब्दों में कह दूं, मेरा पेट डायलॉग है वो, कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कट्टे बनते थे, अब ब्रह्मोस और ड्रोन बन रहे हैं। ये परिवर्तन है।
बहुत शुक्रिया आपका
Thank you.
CNBC TV18 के साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ये यूजफुल डिस्कशन करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thanking the Minister, thanking Sir for sharing those perspectives. And of course, the growth journey of Uttar Pradesh is there for in front of each one of us to really see. And we're really hoping that growth only continues from here on. But for now, we'd like to keep the momentum going. We'd like to, of course, keep the conversations going as well. Reminding each one of you once again, for those who are joining us online as well, the India DPI Summit is currently streaming live on the CNBC-TV18 YouTube channel. You really can be a part of this conversation. You can add your voice to the conversation with our dedicated hashtag India DPI Summit. Now, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard about India's growing voice in the global digital conversation, right? But behind every successful DPI initiative sits something equally vital, a governance framework that is robust enough to ensure scale, trust, interoperability, and of course, staying power as well. The next phase, ladies and gentlemen, will not turn on just innovation itself, but on our ability to really institutionalize what works and to build governance that can keep pace with that very technology it really governs. To really go further in this aspect and go deeper, we have our next conversation, which is very aptly titled, Institutionalizing India's Digital Governance Blueprint. And for this, I'll request CNBC TV18's Ashmit Kumar to kindly join us back on stage. He, in fact, will be moderating this conversation. And now, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary MeitY, who's been kind enough to take out the time and join us for this summit. Welcome, sir. Ashmit, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for that. We come at a very opportune moment, Mr. Krishnan. It's this week that the government has completed 12 years in power. This has provided us the window to actually look back at what some of the major milestones have been. So let me begin on that note. When you look back at the last 12 years, what, to your mind, was the biggest, the most key piece of digital reform that you saw?
I would say that one of the biggest things that has actually happened in terms of improving the delivery of services and governance has been the adoption of different types of digital public infrastructure. So wherever you travel in the world, or whoever comes to India from overseas, today really marvels at the way that you can actually, even a roadside vendor has a QR code and you can pay. And what's more important, and this came home to me very clearly the other day when the ambassador, the High Commissioner of Ghana had come to meet me, and they were looking for this, and they said, okay, we have Momo, this mobile money, but what it costs anybody to use that is so much more than what it costs here in India, thanks to UPI and the way that it works. So I think in terms of the digitization of the way service delivery actually takes place, I think that's been a huge and significant and visible achievement, which is made truly for a lot of ease of living.
I didn't want to trouble the chain of thought, but the payment module is called Momo in Ghana?
It's called mobile money.
Okay.
And so it's called Momo for short.
I think the acronym will throw up a lot of images in our minds. But on a more serious note, when you were referring to, of course, this big advancement, moments before you had arrived, we had the benefit of this very engaging conversation on what integration of AI with DPI would look like. Help us visualize that. What is it going to take for us to crack this?
I think, you see, the point is that where AI helps us, and I think one of the ways in which it's already helping us, in rolling out DPIs, if you take AgriStack and the way that we deal with farmers or many of those applications, it is how it is becoming vocal first, or rather voice first led communication. I think we sometimes underestimate the significance of this change. You know, we are often fond of saying that this is Raj Bhasha, this is official language. And official language historically has rarely been the language that people normally speak. And even in many ways, even today I come from the state of Tamil Nadu, the way official Tamil sounds or the way official Hindi sounds is very, very different from the way anybody would normally speak. And so, which means that we always try to raise the language in which government business is done a couple of notches higher. But what AI has actually done is it doesn't really matter what language you speak and with, what vernacular intonation you actually speak it, what dialect. It's now enabled us to actually translate that into real time. So somebody with just a mobile phone is able to do voice-first communications, just explain in the language that he or she knows, in the way that he or she normally speaks, an issue which is then translated and you get it in the way that you understand what the request is, what the grievance is, or what the person is actually asking for. And thereafter you provide that in a way that the person understands. I think that is a phenomenal change. I think that's a huge change which we underestimate. And thanks to Bhashini, I find that Amitabh Nag is one of the speakers listed after me, and I think you should hear from him. But Bhashini, which has been led by Meti, has been one of the most significant contributors to this. And this is truly AI in action in terms of how it has changed the way even any DPI operates or can operate. So I think that's one big change. The other opportunity that would really arise is how this whole huge volume of data, because this is all digital transactions, so you now have a huge volume of data which is available, which can lead to all kinds of other benefits if it's used effectively. For instance, you have all this data in, say, the GSTN of transactions, or even in the UPI in terms of transactions. And since they're all now digital transactions, if you have to actually lend to somebody, you finally have a stream of financial transactions which even a small vendor can actually place on record and say, look, this really took place, and here is the record of these transactions. This is why I make enough money in a day to have the repayment capacity for this. This is how I actually get to be more creditworthy. I think greater credit penetration in India's economy would be one of the biggest changes that we could actually see. Even now, although we've had financial inclusion at scale in a number of areas, credit penetration is still not where it is, where it needs to be or where it can potentially be. So AI and the way all this data can be analyzed using this overlay of DPI can really make a difference. And eventually, I think we will have, in what I understand, the last part of that question is in the way that we visualize it, we are looking at an AI orchestration layer which would enable a connect between all of these databases with the models without necessarily sharing any of the data, but using the reasoning ability of the models to figure out how this data actually gets analyzed and works. During the AI Summit, we had showcased the Sadlaben app for Amul, which basically relies on the health of cows, the data which Amul has. And then we used a bunch of models at the back end with an orchestration layer, so none of the data got transferred, but you were able to offer the kind of services relating to each animal and each, the kind of issues that you can face. What is it on fodder or what is it on rainfall, and all of that having an impact by using access to multiple databases and without sharing the data, using the reasoning power of models. And that was done through an orchestration layer. Now that is the next thing that we are trying to scale up, and that in a sense could be the DPI of AI.
Is this the UPI moment as far as
No, I think we are somewhere from that. I don't claim to be sort of, I don't want to make promises which are premature, but definitely, I think this has a lot of potential in the Indian context.
You made a reference, Mr. Secretary, to Bhashini. Mr. Nagar also is here. We've seen in the past applications such as Adalat, which is done very well at a local level. What I want to understand is how significant is it when we're looking to integrate AI with DPI? How significant is it to have sovereign capabilities, especially when it comes to understanding, appreciating the differences that we have in local language?
No, I think there are two reasons why it's very, very significant. I think one, you need to have the sovereign capacity simply because you need to be linguistically and culturally specific to what that country has and needs. You rely on a broader model, then you also bring in the biases which are there otherwise. So it's important that you have enough language data and other data in your own language, and you control it from a sovereign perspective, or you're able to do it locally in order to make sure that you capture the linguistic and cultural diversity of the country. You need to capture it adequately, and I think that's one way in which it certainly helps. The other aspect of this is that I think when services are delivered on such a large scale, it's very important that, the kill switches and everything else is something that we control. The control plane needs to be with us, and that is the other element of sovereignty which we can't miss out on.
So are we to understand, sir, that going forward, perhaps for this integration journey to go forward, the bias, if I can use that word, it has a negative connotation, but for lack of a better word, will be towards Indian models, Indian homegrown tech, AI?
Look, we have an open structure. We don't say that we won't use technology from elsewhere. We don't block it in that sense. But I think the challenge really is to, and we have the talent, we believe we have the talent, to actually develop technology of our own, which is as good as anything else in the world. And I think that's the challenge the Indian industry has to really meet.
Speaking of challenges, Mr. Secretary, I want to get your thoughts on cybersecurity issues as well. We were just discussing moments back as to what some of these challenges may actually look like at the implementation, at the execution level. How do we deal with that? Because with this new technology, with regulation, of course, being always a step behind technology, that's been the nature How does that work? How do we beat this challenge? Because
I think
there needs to be a zero trust environment when it comes to DPI.
I think there are one or two things which are very important. I think Indians by nature are very trusting. Indians by nature tend to be a little lax about cybersecurity related issues. I mean, we don't think twice about sharing usernames and passwords. We don't think twice about all of this is part of what we do, and we have no problems with oversharing personal information. Anybody asks you, you're prepared to provide it sort of on request. So we tend to be, in that sense, culturally of that mode. And the second thing is, we take cybersecurity as a free good, as something which is already provided. So how many of you have, you were willing to pay for the computer, you were willing to pay for the laptop, but you were never willing to pay for the software, right? And you were never willing to pay for an antivirus program. You say, oh, nahi, theek hai, chalega. And all of us have worked on computers and laptops which keep throwing up this message which says your antivirus software is outdated or you're using an unauthorized version. So culturally, this is how we've worked. And we've been loath to spend on cybersecurity. And cybersecurity is certainly one of those areas. Compared to any other area in the technology space, is certainly one area where we need domestic capacity, where you can't fully trust the product that any other part of the world or any other country actually produces, because you really don't know what is the backdoor that they've left there. And when we talk to cybersecurity startups, and I've interacted with a number of them, the biggest worry is this. When we tell them saying, why are you not able to grow? There are two reasons. One, the domestic market is not large enough. More people are willing to buy our products overseas than they are willing to buy them here, which is one problem. And the second problem is that within government and elsewhere, we are not prepared to spend enough on a cybersecurity product. So one thing that MeitY is seriously thinking of is saying that first let's institutionalize this culture of, being clear as to follow basic hygiene routines as far as use of digital devices is concerned. On top of that, make sure that organizations spend enough on cybersecurity in order to understand where the problem starts. Even culturally, what very often happens, and this is something we found through analysis, is that you want to launch a digital product immediately, a portal or something else, 3 days time, launch the portal, and everyone's very happy. But you have not followed the basic regime of whether it is secure by design, whether you have taken care of the security elements, then it becomes an afterthought, and then you add. Sometimes we have better control over our colleagues in the state governments because we don't allow the uploading of many of those portals without security checks by the state governments onto the broader platform. We say, no, you go, get it done by STQC, get a clearance, and then do it, even if it gets delayed by a few days. We are not able to sometimes enforce that with, Government of India agencies because there are ways in which they can exempt themselves, and therefore that becomes a bit of an issue at times. But some of those things in terms of being conscious of these security aspects is important. That the security of what you are doing is the security of the kind of software you're writing, the portal that you're putting together and putting up there, or any of these things is extremely important, and that culture needs to actually come in a much bigger way, and we should be prepared to spend on those products, and that will lead us to ways in which you can counter, I know where you're going next, to counter the bigger threats.
But speaking of institutionalizing this culture, will it require perhaps some form of mandate or maybe a statute that helps instill these housekeeping practices?
You see, there are some things which we need to be clear about. We are a country with the largest number of laws. We have a law for practically everything. The important thing there is the enforcement. The important thing is there the compliance. Our problem with formal legal systems is always the same. My belief is that we still believe it's a colonial overlay, and it is meant for, it's a formal thing which is meant for somebody else. Kagzi karwai, as they call it, that needs to be done, and the rest doesn't matter. The real stuff is in the way that you transact informally, which is fine. Up to a point, I think these are economies built on trust. But for certain things, you really need the ability and you really need to follow certain protocols and procedures which sort of preserve the security. And I think that is something we need to adopt in this formalized environment of being digital.
My one final question to you, sir, that in terms of, as we take this journey forward, that conversation about how technology always outpaces regulation, but regulation also, there needs to be light touch regulation in a way that it doesn't inhibit innovation. At a time when you're dealing with challenges like cybersecurity, at the same time ensuring that there's that pace of innovation, we have domestic capacities as well built. How do we deal with that challenge? Deal with the question of should we have an AI law, should we not have an AI law, should we only have guidelines?
You see, I think this again you need to be clear is the constant debate of governance, right? You know, how much do you regulate and how do you regulate? It's from the old days where, you know, people had bricked up walls in England or in London, or they had small windows simply because people were taxed according to how many windows they had and how much space was with windows. So the issue of regulation influencing what happens and how it plays out is as old as governance itself. Now, the key difference really is how fast technology changes and how rapidly it evolves and how difficult it is to actually assess the impact one way or the other. So this is one of the key reasons why it's always a struggle to stay a little ahead of technological change, especially when the speed of change of technology is so much faster. So that is clearly a challenge that we have to keep up with. But I think the fundamental principles is something which we shouldn't forget, that you protect against the harms, but the protection shouldn't be greater than the harms themselves.
Well, that's an interesting thought to end this discussion on. A lot of challenges, but more than that, I think one aspect that we've finalized upon that has weighed on our minds is the scale of the opportunity far exceeds that. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Krishnan, for taking our time on a busy day. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure hosting you. Ashmit, thank you so much for moderating that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we of course are now going to move forward and talk about another aspect as part of this growing journey of what the road ahead for India really looks like. Now, as India moves into the next phase, the emphasis today is shifting from building access to delivering impact. In healthcare, in financial empowerment, in everyday access to government services. And that is where language, accessibility, and citizen-centric design really becomes decisive. The next chapter of Bharat's growth will be measured not by how sophisticated our systems really are, but the question will be by how many people they in fact reach across geographies, languages, and different walks of life. To really explore how DPI, multilingual AI, and interoperable platforms can really open new doors in healthcare and fintech, we bring forward our next fireside conversation, which is called Unlocking Bharat 2.0 DPI as a tool for healthcare as well as fintech. Let's welcome our moderator back on stage, CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh, who in fact will be in conversation with a huge round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO Digital India, Bhashini Division, whose work really is helping make India's digital revolution speak everyone's language. Welcome, sir. Ritu, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session, and I'm hoping to keep it as engaging as possible. Let me again welcome Mr. Nag. Thank you very much. We already heard quite a bit from the Secretary on the kind of capabilities that Bhashini would have, but just very simply to lay it out for our audience, if Aadhaar has solved for identity, UPI has solved for payments, ONDC is solving for commerce, very simply put, what is Bhashini solving for? And would you go as far as to say that language has been the biggest barrier when it comes to solving for the digital divide we have in India today?
So, if you want one word, I would say Bhashini is for inclusion. And inclusion of the last mile. digital divide is one point, then you have language divide, you have literacy divide, and as Secretary said, that with voice-first environment, we are actually looking to bridge all of that. So it is about inclusion, and inclusion will lead to empowerment is what Bhashini stands for.
Well, let me, pick your brains a little more on that, because we often think of language as a cultural issue to solve for. But what is the economic loss, if you could put, some sort of context for us, for people that are not able to access healthcare or finance or banking in a language that they are able to understand? What is the economic loss that Bhashini can solve for?
See, I'll give you an example, a use case which we implemented, like, the Kisan credit which is given based on the land parcels which are there. If those land parcels are in local language, so that is the collateral against which the banks give the, loans. So that is in local language. If you have to go to the banks, then it is, mostly done in English. And if it is done in English, then there is a challenge with respect to how does it get translated, right? So with Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, we built a system which is basically picking up the land parcel records, putting it into, transliterating it, giving it to the banks, and then the loan is released. So theoretically, you can do the loan, you can get the loan in 1 day's time if you have all the collaterals ready and all the approvals are in place. So that is, now if this has to be done physically, or supposing this facility was not available, then the land parcel would have, the documents of land parcels would have to be translated or transliterated as the requirement would be, and then presented to the bank. That means he would spend approximately 3, 4, 5, 10 days to find a translator, then pay the translator, and then go back to the bank and then take the, get the loan. And if there are any mistakes and issues in the translation, then the challenges would remain. So that is one example which is there. We worked with NPCI for another example. Imagine a persona who's come from the village and wants to transfer his daily earning to, say, his bivouac in the home. It was a complete voice journey which we implemented, by which he can call a phone number through a touch phone and then go through the voice journey and then take it forward into the next level. That is, give the PIN and then transfer the money. So in the financial domain or in healthcare domain, there are multiple such examples where we are able to bridge the language divide, bridge the digital divide, bridge the literacy divide by using these voice journeys across the system.
Well, for those of you who can see the screen behind me, this is a live demo of what we're talking about and how this is the Bhashini language in real time translating as we speak. Shruti Lake is if you would tell our audience a little more about what's happening behind.
So, these are some small products or utilities which we are trying to demonstrate or put across, because when we were building this system, we had a biggest challenge was that we didn't have enough data on our 22 languages. All the 22 languages put together actually has approximately 3 to 4% of data as far as digital data is concerned. That might be in print. We might have a lot of data in print. We might have a lot of data in our mind. So what we did was that we used brute force to collect the data. That means we would have perhaps walked off to you and said that, look, you speak about this particular picture or this particular place for some time, and then I would transcribe it, and then I would make that as a digital data. And this was quite prevalent for the digital data which is there for, say, Manipuri or Sindhi, where it was actually not available. So our idea is that if we are able to use such tools in this open environment, we are creating digital content. And when we are creating digital content, if it is thrown out and open, it is in a position to actually give you a lot of content which can actually translate, build the AI models there. So we are trying this in management domain, we are trying this in financial domain, we are trying this in a lot of other domains which are there. So we are working with RBI, for example, we are working with SEBI to ensure that these financial domains become multilingual as such. So that is where this comes across. This actually transcribes what I am speaking and then translates it. Courtesy to the technology which is available, it's almost look like it is real time. But actually from here, it is going over internet to the GPU on the cloud, translating and coming back here and getting printed here. So that's how it is happening.
Well, that is fantastic to see live in action. That is what the Bhashani app is doing right there. But, speaking of using data, you have all of these large, big tech companies building these fantastic AI models, but primarily what these models are trained on, as the Secretary was also referring to, is English. How big a game changer is Bhashani going to be? I mean, with the kind of multilingual inputs that you could bring in, and what would that mean for India's digital sovereignty and even exporting this model to the rest of the world?
Yeah, we recently signed off with Nepal as our first international assignment, and that was a recognition for us to be, and starting point for us to go global. But talking about sovereignty and talking about usage or use cases in the system as game changer. So we today, again, I'll go on use cases which we are building up. We today are having grievance redressal on voice. That means in the CP Grams portal which you have, which is the Prime Minister's grievance redressal portal, the way a person can register a complaint is that he goes, and our new thrust, as Secretary Mehti said, is voice first. So you have mic as the first UI. You don't have anything else on the screen. It's the mic. You click the mic and you start speaking. When you start speaking, the language is detected automatically. You have to speak in these 22 languages, so that 22 plus English. So you have those languages. You can speak. The system automatically detects what are the named entities there, and then it automatically is able to categorize the complaint and file the complaint together. This was launched about 2 weeks back by Honorable Minister, and the entire journey is a voice journey. We are not touching the keyboard. We are not touching, and we are not doing anything else there. Yeah. This ensures that, and the number of categories in which the Prime Minister's complaint can be filed is about 23,000. So it is able to recognize those 23,000 using AI across the board. So game changing, one of the things which is there. Second is we launched about a month back, again a voice-based chatbot with Department of Justice, which you all can download, which allows you to ask, it is the first respondent when you are wronged and you want to actually looking for remedy. So before going to lawyer or a police, you can ask that I have been wronged this way, that my bike has been stolen or whatever. I'm giving very simplistic example. And the chatbot would respond that these are your remedies. It also tells you that you can go to for mediation. It also tells you that these are the numbers where you can get some free advices.
Like a public health help portal.
Yeah, it's a public law. It's a law portal, and the app name is Nyay Setu. You can download it at any point in time and use it.
Well, speaking of that, and some of the investment cases that have come up for previously players that would think, it's tough to invest in healthcare, in finance, etc., simply because of the vast diversity of our languages. Have you seen the investment case also becoming simpler? More players that are coming and talk to you that that perhaps makes something more feasible than it was before?
I would. Not still. It's still.
I would club it under, say, the ease of doing business in India.
Yeah, it's still at a stage where we are looking at those interventions which should come from various ministries. We would like the, of course, we signed up with the department, DPIIT, a few days back, so that the, startup ecosystem and innovation ecosystem can take things forward. And of course, we would like the corporate domain to get multilingual as such, and we would like the AGMs to happen in multilingual domain, maybe not in English, some other language, and we are, of course, pursuing that. We would like, the CSR activity to cover data collection activities as well, so those are some things which we would like to work upon. So there are things which are happening. Slowly and steadily, we would definitely get into that domain of, ease of doing business, part of it also.
In the previous panels, we asked all of our panelists, we've got 500 million people on UPI, we've got all of these people using digital infrastructure, and we asked them what it would take to get the next 500 million on it. Do you think Bhashani is seeing some sort of a breakthrough there? given how big a challenge language has been and the diversity?
So we run a platform today which has almost done 8 billion inferences since it was launched. 8 billion inferences since December 2023, right, when we had launched it. We do about 20 million inferences a day from various aspects, and the biggest users are Panchayati Raj and rural development. So we are reaching the villages, and we are actually touching the last mile. And those people who have not been touched by the DPI will be touched by partnering Bhashini. You heard the NHA Joint Secretary talking about using Bhashini to take health to the last mile. We are doing one of the proof of concepts with health organizations where patient-doctor communication can be converted into a prescription which the doctor can vet and edit. And the idea which is there is that the conversation can be multilingual or conversation can be in some other language, but still you are able to get the prescriptions done. So we are inflicting those use cases which are required at the last mile. These are not without challenges. These are with challenges because the way the people express themselves in terms of symptoms in different languages are going to be different. But I hope that the systems would improve and there would be enough, data sets which would get created which will help the models to improve.
Running out of time, so if you could just help us paint a picture of this India where language is no longer a barrier. What kind of innovations would that enable, especially from, say, the last frontier? Not the tier one, not the Mumbais and Delhis and Bangalores of the country, but really from the far-flung, areas of the country when language no longer becomes a divide.
So, this is a moment where people are getting digitally savvy, so we definitely are looking at perhaps tribal using digital mechanism to access government service, to actually touch upon and doing some exports directly and talking to the people there. So those are the changes we are inflicting. Recently, we digitized the Bhili language, which is a tribal language which doesn't have scripts. So if a tribal is farming, and he wants advice, he can actually speak to the chatbot, get the advice, and then, implement that advice. So we're looking at getting the last mile included in the mainstream of economy, perhaps looking at, getting into the export market, getting into the other market directly, and perhaps layers of intermediaries may go off if we are doing that.
What are you most excited about? I mean, what are some of the upcoming innovations that you're perhaps currently working on? If you could give us a sneak peek. What are you most excited about today?
Shouldn't that be secret?
We would love to hear.
Yeah, see, when we are looking at it, I won't say innovation. I would say that this is a well-known issue which we have, which is basically to look at, general public or the last mile public talking about it, because there are so many dialects and so many variations. And also it is often not in the grammatically correct language, which is basically I think it is basically an understanding issue. Means you can't talk about language being accurate or not accurate, because it is based on, if you are able to understand it, it is accurate. If you're not able to understand it, it is not accurate, right? That's the way I would look at it, excepting some domains where it needs to be respected. So the idea which is there is that we should be in a position to actually, we are looking at all conversations getting multilingual, and you are able to think, because you think best when you are thinking in your mother tongue. So all conversations getting multilingual or education getting multilingual, and those are the projects which we are looking at to start off with. But yeah, we are keeping an eye on the other side of the things where ease of doing business is one of them. So, but definitely the moment we are able to solve this, we are in a position to actually solve a lot of things which are around.
And more power to you for that. I mean, we dream of an India where, while we celebrate our diversity, language is no longer a barrier connecting all of the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Nag, for this conversation, and thank you very much for listening in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nag. Here's hoping that we will have a lot more layers and a lot more pillars added to this growth and journey. Ritu, thank you so much for sharing those insightful perspectives as well. Ladies and gentlemen, one last reminder that we in fact are live on the CNBC-TV18 YouTube channel. You can add on to that conversation, be a part of this conversation with your thoughts with our dedicated hashtag India DPI Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it really has been a great evening. And really to reflect on the day and set our sights on the road ahead, it is now my honor and privilege to invite on stage Mr. Ajay Rajan, Managing Director and CEO, Protean eGov Technologies, for the valedictory address. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome him on stage, please.
Jai Hind, everyone. And what an amazing session we just went through. It was absolutely mind-blowing, not only the content, but also the live demo, that we saw. So full kudos to, CNBC and also, the CEO Bhashni to have kind of achieved this. Thank you so much. So at the onset, I would, like to thank the honorable ministers, distinguished officials of the state, central and state government, the board of directors of Protean, esteemed speakers and panelists, all who have shared their insights with us today, our partners at CNBC-18, and all of you who have joined us today. Thank you for being here and staying with us through this wonderful evening. It falls to me to close this summit, and I'll be honest, closing remarks at the end of a 5-hour program are usually where the audience checks their phones and the speaker checks his watch. So let me make you a promise. I will not summarize everything that you have heard today. The day spoke eloquently for itself. So I will permit myself a few minutes of reflection and then leave you with 3 thoughts about trust, about sovereignty, and about what comes next before letting you proceed for dinner. So today, we learned about the need for institutionalizing India's digital governance blueprint, moving DPI from a collection of brilliant projects to a permanent, resilient architecture of the state. That word, institutionalizing, matters. Heroic efforts built the first chapter. Institutions will have to carry the next one. We heard about one nation, one KYC, and I'd argue that there is no better illustration of what DPI is really about. Today, a citizen needs to prove who they are again and again, to the bank, to the insurer, to the mutual fund, to the telecom company. Each time, the same documents, the same friction, the same cost, one nation, one KYC will say, prove it once and with consent, carry that trust everywhere. That is DPI in one sentence. Build trust once, reuse it 1 billion times. We heard about taking the India stack global, not as software exports, but as public goods. There is a profound difference. When India shares UPI or Aadhaar style identity stacks with another nation, we are not selling a product. We are sharing a philosophy that digital infrastructure should belong to the public, run at population scale, and cost the citizen next to nothing. And the debate around PPP-led innovation versus state-led control alluded to the fact that India's DPI success has never been one or the other. It has always been about partnership, the state setting the rules, and the rails and private players bringing innovation, capital, and the relentless focus on citizen as a customer. Long may that partnership remain. And that is what really, calls for India's growth on the DPI. So now to my 3 thoughts. First, trust is the real infrastructure. We use the phrase digital public infrastructure so often that we forget what infrastructure really means. It is not the servers, it is not the APIs, it is not even the networks. The real infrastructure is trust. Think about it. When a farmer in Vidarbha receives a direct benefit transfer, he trusts that the money will arrive. When a young woman in Patna does a video KYC to open her first Demat account, she trusts that her identity will not be misused. When a small shopkeeper in Coimbatore is accepting a UPI payment from a stranger, he trusts that the money is real and will settle. None of that trust came free. It was earned, transaction by transaction, over 3 decades, by systems that simply did not fail. By design choices that puts consent at the center. By the unglamorous, invisible work of uptime, reconciliation, audit, and security that nobody tweets about. At Protean, we have had the privilege of being one of the quiet custodians of that trust. For over 3 decades, having issued PAN cards to hundreds of millions of Indians, being the central record keeper for the prestigious national pension system, running e-sign, e-KYC, Aadhaar authentication services, and now being honored with the prestigious mandate to design, build, and operate the next generation of central KYC records registry, the CKYC 2.0. This will help us build a single, secure, consent-driven identity record for every financial life in the country. The second I would like to highlight is sovereignty in the age of AI, and we spoke a lot about it today. For most of history, sovereignty meant control over land, borders, and currency. Today, it increasingly means control over data, identity, and intelligence. While much of the world let private platforms become the de facto infrastructure of digital life, India built public infrastructure, open, interoperable, population scale, and invited private innovation on top of it. Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, account aggregator, ONDC, and we just heard about Bhashini, bringing it all into our own languages. That choice of why 1 billion Indians today have a digital identity, a bank account, and a payment instrument, not as customers of a corporation, but as citizens of a republic, that is digital sovereignty. And I just want to, share an incident here. And I was privileged to be part of a session during G20 where, I presented to certain members of the US Senate. And the whole agenda of the session was to share the story about India's DPI, the impact that it has had, and how it has helped propel India to the next level of innovation. And, after I ended the session, the Senate members just smiled, and they actually told me that, in all the session, 2 things, I would like to call out, and that stood out. A, India took the contrarian approach towards creating digital public infrastructure by the government, by the state, and spread it to the, to the nation at affordable cost, right? That is democratization of innovation at population scale for inclusion. So that is one. The second, and more important, is that Indian citizens trusted and adapted what the government built. I think that was the most profound statement. I will refrain myself from saying what she said further about why this may not work in the US, but that is for another day. But now, I believe that AI raises the stakes. AI will be DPI's greatest amplifier. DPI gave us the rails. AI gives us the intelligence that rides on them. And I think we heard again a lot on this, and Mr. Haribhakti also mentioned, very eloquently about that topic. Used responsibly, this combination could enable India to deliver public services with a level of personalization, efficiency, and inclusion which has never before been possible. India will do well to build the safeguards into that architecture itself, consent by design, audit by design, privacy by design. The DPDP Act has also given us the legal scaffolding now. We, the government and the industry together must give that technical muscle to it. And again, at Protean, this is precisely where we are placing our energies. Consent management at population scale, AI-ready identity, and data infrastructure and security that assumes that the attacker is already intelligent, because I think we all know increasingly that it is. The third and the last thought from my side is the road to 2047, India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. And the government has very clearly laid down a vision of DPI at 2047, 100 years of independence, proud moment for us, with digital infrastructure as foundational to the Republic. With its increasingly growing strategic influence, India is also open and keen to share these capabilities to the world. Taking the India Stack global is no longer an aspiration, it is a national mission. And this was highlighted as clearly by Honorable Prime Minister during the G20 summit, and it is in truest sense the export of a new model of digital democracy. Few things will do more for India's standing in the world over the next 2 decades, and Protean intends to be a vehicle of that mission. We will carry the rails we help to build at homes to nations that need them, and that is, my promise to you. And I would like to end the same way I began, with gratitude to every dignitary who gave us their evening, their candor, and we are deeply grateful to our partners at CNBC and to Lata and the team for steering the day with such skill. To our chairman, Shri Hari Bhakti ji, for his vision and guidance. I think, that was a very, very good session in the morning. My colleagues at Protean who put this summit together, thank you so much. This is the first chapter of India's DPI story. It was all about building the foundational rails, identity, payments, data. The second chapter, and watch out for that, the one that all of us in this room will write together, will be about building sovereign intelligence on those rails. AI that is trained on our data, governed by our laws, speaking our language, working for our people. And at Protean, we intend to be exactly doing what we have been doing, which is quietly, reliably helping building the foundation of India's digital future. But we will also go beyond that. We will make sure that we take this innovation at scale to the globe and set India's flag high. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Huge round of applause as we thank Mr. Rajan for really summing up the day so perfectly for each one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the India DPI Summit to a close, I'd like to extend the heartfelt thank you and gratitude to each one of you for taking out your time and joining us, but most importantly, being a part of this conversation. Today's event has reaffirmed something that we always believed in, that India's digital public infrastructure is far more than a technology story. It, in fact, is a story of inclusion, innovation, trust, and of nation building. From governance and financial payments, of course, inclusion and healthcare. AI payments, citizen government, empowerment, we've traced vast possibilities ahead as India builds the next generation of public digital systems. Once again, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who came, every dignitary who took out the time, all the guest panelists, and you, the lovely audience, and of course those who joined us on the live stream. May today's conversation spark fresh ideas, stronger partnerships, and meaningful action in the days to come. And as the dialogue continues online, do keep sharing your takeaways with our hashtag India DPI Summit. Once again, massive thank you from the entire team. We wish you a wonderful evening ahead. Do join us for cocktail and dinner as well.